Hello, and welcome to another stream of Quantum Break, continuing the time-traveling shenanigans. Hey there, Oliver. First indeed. It is I, your worst fear, the future. Dun dun dun! Let's see if we can get past the future now. How's things, Oliver? Welcome on in. We're in Act 3 of the story now. Haven't started Act 3 yet, but that's where we're up to. We had the second Junction choice. In my previous playthrough, the Junction choice I made for Junction 2 was personal. However, this time I chose for business. I'm choosing the opposite of what Junction choices I made in my first playthrough all those years ago. Luckily I was able to actually see on my previous save file before overriding it what choices I'd actually made in those junctions for the first playthrough. So I was able to keep track of what ones I chose, so I can then choose different this time around.
Security was tight at the Monarch Gala. You took quite a risk walking into the Lion's Den.
If we were gonna kidnap Dr. Amaral, then we needed to do it from the inside.
Beth Wilder. You were quick to trust her.
We had common interests.
Is that all you had?
That's all we needed.
Thanks for showing up.
Here, I thought this was gonna be a rescue. Right, there's a story here.
You know a guy called Hatch?
Serene's right-hand man.
He was here. He gave me this big speech about how he wants to take down Paul.
I hope you said no.
I didn't trust him for a second. He set me loose anyways, told me to wait for an opening.
I just gave you one.
Appreciate it. What's it look like out there?
I think you're secure. Everyone's concentrating on the party. So far, your crazy plan's working.
And Dr. Amaral?
I don't have a fix on her. She's either at the party or at her office at the R&D facility here on the island. I'll scout out the party.
So you're gonna sip champagne while I break into a high-security installation. Looks like you got this all figured out.
I'll save you a cocktail, Weenie.
Oh, well, in that case...
Oliver, time to go back to the future. You're doing great, Oliver, just starting his 2 days off right now. Oh, very nice, dude. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. And that's cool that you got 2 days off in a row. That's really, really nice. Hey there, Ryu. Welcome, how's it going? We had an X-Men reference in this playthrough yesterday, Ryu. One of the characters, when they saw that the main character, Jack Joyce, played by Shawn Ashmore, could do time manipulation powers, they were like, are you some kind of X-Man? I thought that was really cool. That is amusing, yeah. Yeah, I like how they made a reference to that. It's cool when they do that kind of stuff. There's a live action episode that takes place before the start of this, and I actually don't have them, so I've been skipping them. But in the description of the VOD on YouTube, when I export it, I actually add links to the episodes. So the first and second live action episodes that happened in the story in my first stream session, I've provided the links in the description on those VODs on YouTube, what the actual links to those episodes are. And for the ones that will happen in this stream, that I won't show on stream, but I'm going to make note of, I'll put in the description of this part when I export it to YouTube about the third and fourth episodes. That's if we do that amount of content. Glad to hear that you're going well, Ryu. That's excellent, dude.
My cover isn't gonna survive the night, but it'll last a little longer, so you can't walk out the front door with me. This is the quickest way to the R&D facility. I disabled the security at the back door, but there'll be guards. Contact me when you're clear. And Jack, you know what's at stake here. This can't be about revenge.
I'm not here for Paul.
Good luck.
Hey! He's escaping!
Damn. That will hurt in the morning.
It's quantum
My
break-in
powers were
time.
growing. I was learning to control them better. That felt good.
I like the reference to bullet time.
There must be some way to open the door. Who the hell designs these doors? Okay, I'm gonna have to move faster to get through. Hey, Beth, I'm clear. What's next?
You'll see a radar tower up ahead soon. Let me know when you get inside.
All right. Thank God. Oh, you could have warned me about that one, Beth.
Hey Keone, how's things? Welcome on in. Nice one, Oliver. That was quite the quantum leap. It's quantum mania.
All right.
That's something I need to look at too. I can't remember if I played that diary now. Damn it. Oh, I haven't, because it comes up with a dot on it. Alright, cool. So I'll cover these now.
I ordered the execution of the man who I once considered to be my closest friend. I did what was necessary. In order to proceed, I need to distance myself from my past, my weaknesses. There is a simple truth that I knew Jack would never understand. I've spent years trying to find a way to change the course we're on. It can't be altered. The end is coming, and only I can prepare us for it. If Jack ever learned the truth, I can't risk that. I've come too far. There's somebody else opposing me. Somebody on the inside. The sickness is spreading. Visions are becoming more frequent. I'm having increasing difficulty holding on to the present. They need me to be strong. The lifeboat depends on it. I hope to God Dr. Amaral finds a more permanent solution soon. The treatments won't last much longer.
You said you'd been to William's workshop before. What brought you there?
He sold our family home to finish building the countermeasure. He never told me. When I found out, I was furious. I hadn't talked to the guy for almost 3 years. He stopped answering the phone. I figured he was deep into drugs, gambling, something bad.
Did you discover the truth?
I never gave him the chance. I found him outside that workshop and tore right into him. Blamed him for everything that went wrong between us. I could see in his eyes he wanted to tell me, but I wouldn't let him. It was the last straw, you know? If I'd handled the situation a bit better...
Let's move on to the next question.
Who's your daddy and what does he do? Is that the next question? Hey there, Absolution. How's things going?
October 9th, 1900 hours. We found it. The second time machine. It's the final proof I needed. Everything she wrote in that notebook came true. I found the final piece of the puzzle. The countermeasure that William built to stop a fracture in time went missing in 2010. It was never seen again. It's clear what that means. It was us who took it. It just hasn't happened yet. We go to the past, get the countermeasure, come back, and we can stop all of this in the present. That's our mission. Even if Jack doesn't know it yet. He's convinced we can go back and simply undo this all. He lit right up when he saw that machine, like time travel is some kind of goddamn magic eraser. He's gonna be in bad shape when he realizes the truth. Maybe even worse than I was. Poor bastard. Guy's stubborn as hell. Did I mention his ingenious plan to kidnap Dr. Amaral? Let's just say he's in handcuffs right now, waiting for me to Trojan horse his ass out of a high-security Monarch facility. He's got balls. I'll give him that much. Maybe I'll wait a bit longer. Make him sweat a bit.
I guess Beth has control of the situation, and there's a truth that she's keeping redacted from from Jack Joyce. That's right, Absolution is not a tumor. Classic scene from Kindergarten Cop. Such a great movie, that one.
July 4th, 2010. Beth Wilder, I'm addressing this video to you. You told me to stay away from my workshop, but I couldn't just leave it there. I went back to get it, and the entire place is a disaster zone. The countermeasure, gone. Taken. Shit. The safe, empty. I just need to know you have it, because if it falls into the wrong hands, its power is immeasurable. Our future, our entire lives depend on it. This can't all be for nothing. You know where to find me. Please, hurry.
Yeah, Absolution, it's cool to see Dominic Monaghan in a video game. I haven't checked his IMDb to see if this is the only one or not, but it's cool. I mean, I think he did some voice work for the two games based on The Two Towers and Return of the King, because those games actually, I think, added some extra dialogue, of course, that wasn't in the movies because, gameplay situations and all that kind of stuff. But in terms of like a completely different character from the ground up in a video game, I wonder how many he's actually done aside from Quantum Break. Alright, so let's have a look at upgrades. I've got 12 points. Nice one, Oliver. And where is that fool of a Took? Where is he? Hey there, Lizzie. Welcome. How's things going?
Okay, how am I getting to that radar tower? Up you go. Let's try this again. Alright, that's that.
Turned into a disaster. Gonna take them weeks to clean it up.
It was all supposed to be quietly swept under the carpet. But now we've got a shitload more bodies to disappear.
Well, at least we got it under control now.
Lizzie, you're good. You're currently playing some Dreamlight Valley and decorating. Oh, cool. I hope you're enjoying the game. Is it a new release or it's been out for a while? Absolution. He's in Call of Duty Vanguard and LEGO Lord of the Rings. Oh, very nice. Very, very nice. That's cool. Thanks for checking, Absolution.
Just give up. Fine.
Time felt broken here. Monarch built over World War II fortifications. Maybe wonder why they chose that island.
The existing tunnel system led back to the mainland. Perfect for construction of a highly secretive R&D facility.
The whole cannon felt unstuck in time.
Lizzie, it's been out for a while. Oh, okay, I gotcha, yeah. Yeah, because I haven't really heard much about it. Absolution, when this game came out, you thought it was a sequel to Max Payne 3. Oh, you did? Oh, that's fair enough. I mean, it's similar in some ways to Max Payne with slowing down time for bullet time and stuff. Perma Gamer, thank you so very much for the raid. Thank you very, very much. How was Monster Hunter Wilds? I hope you had a great stream. Gull Island Sign, Riverport Coastal Defenses. The coastal defense installation of Riverport was commissioned on August 2, 1940, and completed in September 1942, as America faced the realities of World War II. In addition to the fortifications and artillery, it also boasted an extensive tunnel system that linked Gull Island to the mainland, enabling free movement of personnel and material even under siege conditions. It was built in preparation for an attack on the United States that, fortunately, never came. The original plan also called for the construction of a large naval base in Riverport to support the US Navy in the Atlantic, taking advantage of the local shipbuilding industry. But as the United States entered World War II after Pearl Harbor, a change in resourcing priorities led to those plans being scrapped. This installation was in active use throughout the war, and the underground facilities continued to be used as a base for Navy intelligence work once World War II ended. The installation was decommissioned in 1961. Lizzie, is this game based on the show? Let me see. So there's live action episodes that are part of the narrative of this game, Quantum Break. So that might be what you're thinking of, maybe. Or you might be thinking of, is it the show
Monarch had
Quantum Leap
dismantled the old
that you
cannon.
might be thinking of? Because that was a show that had a character that inhabited a new body of someone in the past, and basically was living out that character's life for that moment in time. Permagamer, you know, killing monsters and wearing their skin, as good as it gets. That's cool. I didn't realize you could actually do that in those games. Is that something that you've always been able to do in the Monster Hunter series, or is that something that Wilds introduced? Yeah, it must have been the wind. That's what happened in this game. It wasn't time that fractured, it was just the wind farting. Lizzie, that's probably what you're thinking of. It could be, for sure. Yeah. The original Quantum Leap, my parents would watch it when I was a kid, and so I would watch it too. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was partly what interested me in stories about time travel. Consciously, I remember it being Back to the Future, because I watched those movies when I was a kid, so it could have been them as well. But could also have been Quantum Leap, because I watched them much earlier than when I saw the Back to the Future movies as well. I was probably like 7 years old or something at the time. Oh yeah, Permagamer, that's cool. Makes me think of Red Dead Redemption 2, how you can steal the hats of the enemies. It'd be cool if you could steal their clothes as well.
The timeline of the old cannon felt loose. I could shift it around.
It's locked. Okay, quicker next time. Smart place to aim the cannon, guys.
Monarch projections say these stutters are getting more frequent. If one hits while we're grabbing Dr. Amaral...
You'll be frozen. Yeah, I know. It's a risk.
Monarch specialist troopers have the stutter-proof gear. I bet Dr. Amaral would have that in her office too.
I'll keep an eye out. See if I can grab it for you.
that Joyce guy just gave himself up like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, he's locked up tight now. I hope they put 2 in the back of his head.
Is it true he's got some kind of powers? I mean, without the gear.
Yeah, it's true. That freak's one dangerous motherfucker.
I heard Hatch paid him a personal visit.
Yeah. I didn't think a suit like him would have the balls to sit down with someone like Joyce.
I haven't, Lizzie, no. Yeah, I haven't seen Star Trek Enterprise.
Heads up, we got an intruder.
Shit! Snipers.
Joyce!
Warm up. One sniper will recover. Targeting crosshairs.
It's Joyce for the dry dock.
Another one.
HQ engaging target. Over.
Copy. Neutralize the target at once.
I got a visual.
I'm empty. Get round!
Jack, I've disabled security and unlocked the gates leading to the tower. Let me know when you get there.
Thanks, Beth.
That's right, Lizzie, yeah. Yeah, the captain is the same guy as in Quantum Leap. I haven't actually seen Star Trek Enterprise, but I have quote-unquote seen it as in just promotional stuff for it. Haven't watched the actual show. And yeah, the same actor, Scott Bakula, I think his name is the captain in that
Next
show.
stop, the radar tower.
And the main character in Quantum Leap, the original series, because I think they did a remake series in recent years as well.
Oh, God. Beth? I'm at the radar tower. Where's the lab?
Below your feet. It's all top secret. The elevator inside will take you down.
Oh, seriously? What is this, a Bond villain lair?
You have no idea. Just don't fall into the shark tank.
Fuck.
This is your pal, Bobby Radford, and you better believe I'm still hopping mad about what went down at the university last night. But I got nothing new on that. I'm getting stonewalled. So let me take another approach. You know how Monarch took over the old dry docks, what, 5, 6 years back? Just bought it all up and set up some kind of an industrial operation there or something? Well, it turns out they had a freak accident there this morning. One of those unfinished ships came crashing down. You probably heard all about it. It was pretty spectacular. You'd think there'd be some kind of explanation for what had to be a multi-million-dollar disaster. But guess which multinational corporation has no comment on that little event either? Now, I don't know about you folks, but it seems to me all of a sudden there's a lot of weird stuff going down and Monarch's name just keeps coming up. So what's Monarch doing about it? It's business as usual for them. In fact, they're throwing a party at their fancy mansion on Gull Island. From what I hear, it's gonna be a hell of a bash, but of course it's off limits to anybody who isn't a part of their clique. Kinda seems to me these guys bought out Riverport, and now they're getting drunk while the city burns. But I'm sure they've got our best interests in mind, huh?
Run! Get to the chopper! Okay, we're there now. What do we do now, Ani? I don't know. Stay here. I'll be back. That's right, Oliver. I just had an image of Arnold playing a pirate. Ah, matey!
Thank you, and welcome. Tonight marks a momentous occasion. For years we have been building towards this day. Years of planning, developing, training. For me personally, this marks the end of a 17-year journey, and today we emerge from the shadows. We do so accepting great responsibility. I present to you the CFR, the Chronon Field Regulator. This device has been at the heart of our Chronon research since 2010, but I am here to assure you that it is so much more than just that. This device will be our salvation, and as promised, it is ready. To some of you, this means nothing. To others, everything. Rest assured, you will all know when the time is right. We are entering a volatile age. Great danger is coming our way. It cannot be prevented, but we can be protected. And so tonight is a celebration. A celebration in the face of darkness. We celebrate, but for some of you this means nothing. For others, everything. Rest assured, you will all know when the time is right. We are entering a volatile age. Great danger is coming our way. It cannot be prevented, but we can be protected. And so tonight is a celebration in face of darkness. Tonight we celebrate because I promise to you that we are prepared. We are prepared for what comes next. We are prepared to do what is necessary. We are prepared to survive. Thank you.
Look at him. Not a care in the world.
Yeah, Oliver. Pirates of the Commando. Yeah, Kyoto's like, "Arr." I don't know if pirates exist in the world of Conan, but imagine if they had done a third Conan movie and some of the enemies that he fought were pirates. Sea of Predators, Oliver, yeah.
Beth, I'm about to take the elevator. See Paul's still fond of his own voice?
Yeah, he's talking about his survival plan. Crowd's eating it up. Jack.
HQ, Joyce is here. Over.
Roger that. Right
No
on.
shit!
Oh crap! It's Joyce!
HQ, we need backup. It's Joyce. Over.
Copy that. All units. Target has been sighted. Be on high alert. Over.
Jesus.
This world, you know, this world is ending, but one world's end is merely another's beginning. My world will be a renewal. My world will see balance. Thank you for redeeming that, Mr. Gote, as an audio impression. So that's by Martin Hatch in this game. Oh, cool. This is my second playthrough, and the first playthrough was a few years back, so I don't really have much memory of some of the dialogue and stuff in this, but thanks for redeeming that. It's a very intriguing character, and Alan Wake 2, the character Wall and Door, is essentially what Martin Hatch would have been in Alan Wake 2 if Remedy were able to actually use his specific character from Quantum Break. But because they actually can't, just like they can't use Beth Wilder or Jack Joyce or Paul Serene even, it means that for Alan Wake 2 and Control as well, if they wanted to reference these characters, they would have to do it in a way that doesn't directly name them, unfortunately. But hopefully one day that will change. It changed with Alan Wake 1. For a long time, Alan Wake 1 was Microsoft only, and so Remedy wasn't able to do a sequel without Microsoft approving it. Hey there, Inmita. I'm going well, thank you, dude. Things are going good. How about yourself?
Dr. Amaral's office. Looks like that's one level up. That doesn't look right. What the hell is this? All right, that's it.
Inmita, good to hear. It's going well, having the day off. Oh, very nice. That's awesome. I hope you enjoy your day off. That's excellent, dude.
Pies in Jamaica are at $2.50 apiece, while in the Bahamas and Haiti they are $3. These are the pie rates of the Caribbean.
Thank you for redeeming that, Dr. Darling, as a main impression. Thank you. Nice pun.
What is that? It's like I'm being drained.
Hello, Sheila. I'm doing good, thank you, dude. Doing some more time traveling and time breaking. How's things with you, dude? Oh, cool. I didn't notice this. What you hear on Bobby Radford's radio show actually changes based on which choice at the previous junction you made as Paul Serene. That's cool. Denoted by the hard line in the brackets. So we took the hard line approach. So that means that anything related to the hard line approach is what you hear in radio shows and also different outcomes and stuff. Cheers, Sheila. Sorry to hear that you've got a sore throat. I really hope that you've got some things that you can drink that will actually help as well. Hey there, Godfather Al. Rod, the Impressionist God. Thanks for the kind words, Godfather Al. There's definitely a lot of impressions that I'd love to do, that I can't, and some that I can do that I enjoy. Shifter presentation. Chronon disrupted wave function subjects, also known as shifters. Key attributes. Theorized to exist in a state of quantum superposition. Surrounded by a highly dangerous distortion field, highly resistant to injury. Conventional weapons useless. Populate the end of time. Can only exist in zero state, inside stutters. Appearances likely once fracture progresses. As a result, shifters cannot enter stutter-proofed areas. Procedures. Keep your distance. If not aggressive, do not provoke. Avoid confrontation. Seek cover inside stutter-proofing. Maintain stutter-proofing at all costs. If forced to engage, assemble superior numbers with Chronon Tech weapons. No heroics. That's all good, Schiller. I really hope that your sore throat goes away soon. From Paul Serene, the Lifeboat Protocol, to Lifeboat Maintenance. Greetings, Lifeboat personnel. The day has finally come to commence Phase 3 of our plan. Tonight I will be hosting a gala to celebrate this monumental achievement to which you are all invited. By now you have likely heard of the events that took place earlier today at Riverport University. Our path forward has not been impacted by this minor setback. We are ready for what comes next. Your part in this journey has not yet begun, but the onset of the fracture will bring with it new challenges that are worth reiterating. I'm not able to go over many of these issues in detail at tonight's gala, because many guests will not have knowledge of the Lifeboat Protocol. As such, I am including a high-level document outlining key points worth addressing. 1. The path forward, our journey ahead. 2. Lifeboat Protocol, status of the survival program. 3. Shifters, dangers awaiting us at the end of time. 4. R&D tour, our future at work. 1. The path forward. When you were first chosen for the Lifeboat Protocol, you were sent a package illustrating in great detail several events that would come to pass. It was stressed that these events were unavoidable. Many of you were reluctant to believe this, but every single one of those events has since occurred, including, to our great regret, the onset of the fracture. This provides empirical evidence of my knowledge and understanding of the future, and I trust it has dispelled your doubts. No future event that I have experienced can ever be prevented. This includes the end of time. It cannot be avoided. However, it can be survived. Survival in the end of time has been the primary mission of Monarch Solutions since its inception. Your loyalty to this cause will prove invaluable as we move forward. I know this isn't easy, but in the face of immutable facts, sacrifices must be made in the name of our survival. From this point forward, we will have to start making those sacrifices at a rapid pace. While we do know the exact date and time at which the complete end of time will occur, our knowledge about the escalation in stutters and time anomalies leading to it is far less complete. We do, however, know that it will be dangerous. For the first time in 17 years, we are entering a phase of the relative unknown. Adjustments will need to be made along the way, both in response to the effects of the fracture's progress and to the less cosmic events that we will find ourselves in. We ask for your patience in this trying time. 2. Lifeboat Protocol. You are the chosen few who will survive the end of time. When time stops, your journey will continue in the safety of the lifeboat. The chronon particle harvesting operation is nearing completion. The lifeboat has been confirmed to be able to run solely on that chronon power as regulated by the chronon field regulator. Current data indicates that the lifeboat will remain sustainable for approximately 50 years. Subjective years, of course, as no time at all will pass outside the lifeboat. Given the preliminary research we have achieved using the CFR, we estimate that it will take at least 2 subjective decades for the lifeboat team to discover a permanent solution for the end of time. Given the nature of the problem, this is, of course, highly speculative, and the solution could prove to be more elusive than we're hoping. However, by the time the lifeboat protocol is activated, we are confident that we will be able to increase our chronon particle reserves and the sustainability to a point where we have a runtime of upwards of 200 subjective years. Or, to put it another way, if there is a solution to the end of time, I am 100% confident that the lifeboat team will have the necessary time to discover it. 3. Shifters. We briefed you all on the danger of chronon disruptive wave function subjects, or what we are now referring to as shifters. We estimate that they will begin to emerge within stutters only as the end of time nears. The lifeboat has been tested, and we can say with absolute certainty that the stutter-proof technology will protect the lifeboat from shifters. Using a living sample in Dr. Kim's lab, we have proven that shifters cannot manifest without the presence of a stutter. We will make sure that you are transported to the safety of the lifeboat before they arrive. Floor 3 of the lifeboat has been built to house the Monarch Solutions Striker and Juggernaut squads, a paramilitary unit trained to combat shifters at the end of time. Their presence will likely not concern you. However, in the event that travel outside the safety of the lifeboat proves to be necessary for any reason, the Striker teams have been trained to navigate the end of time and successfully eliminate shifters. 4. R&D Tour. Tonight we will be sending you VIP passes for the gala, which will permit entry into our high-security R&D facility on Gull Island. Many of you are, of course, already intimately familiar with these areas, given your technological and scientific expertise, but those who aren't will undoubtedly find it interesting. You are welcome to join a tour to view the various pieces of tech that Monarch has developed during Phase 2 to prepare for our journey forward. We welcome you to take this opportunity to see for yourself that every development necessary for the lifeboat protocol is completely on schedule. Your dedication to our cause will assure our survival. Dark times are coming, but you are the light at the end of the tunnel. You are humanity's salvation and hope. Together, we will survive. Paul Serene. There is a lot of science talk, Oliver. You're definitely right. It's a blessing and a curse. The great thing is that if you're interested in information that explains certain things, then it's good to be able to actually find that out. But if you're a streamer reading it out, that means it's a lot of words to have to read out. And it may seem weird, but it feels different reading a whole big block of text versus just saying something without reading off of something, if you know what I mean. So when I'm reading these things, it takes a lot of time, and it does take a toll on my voice. But funnily enough, when I'm actually talking without looking at something and reading it, and just saying something else and responding to chat, it doesn't actually take up the same amount of, I guess, vocal energy to actually cover what I'm saying, if that makes sense. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to read. That's why I prefer games that actually have narration. Obviously, it's extra work for the actors, if it's a character's journal, or someone who's being a narrator. It's definitely extra work for them. But at the end of the day, it sort of makes it feel a bit more personal to that character. So for example, when I'm reading a document that is written by Paul Serene, if the actor who plays him had actually recorded these things, then that would be cool, because then I could just let it play and not have to read it out. I don't mind reading stuff out, but it does take a toll overall. It's the same here when you read something long in Witcher 3. I don't blame you, dude, and I think sometimes it's good to just read everything out without taking a break until after you've said it, because then you can take a bit of a break from saying anything. Like, for example, what I liked when I saw you stream Witcher 3 was that when you were reading about the contracts on the wall or on the board, you actually read out what they all were as you were getting them. So that means that you didn't have to individually read it before you were going to do it. That way you could just lay it all out. And then when it came time to doing those contracts, you could just go from one to the next if you wanted to do them in succession and not have to worry about reading that information again because you already covered it in one big long spiel, you know. So that was a good idea. And that's something that I think can really help too.
The device drained my powers.
We refer to it as a chronon dampener.
It's so funny how slowing down saying it's not, is it? Makes it sound like he's saying it's not. Yeah, Mita. It can be quite fun saying things in slow motion too as well. What the hell? What the hell?
Are you sure this can't be traced back to us?
Impossible. I've adjusted the flight controls so the drone will crash into the villa on your order.
Good. Very good. I'll make sure that Sophia's in position when the time is right. Wait for my call.
It was some kind of surveillance drone. Knowing that Monarch had eyes in the sky made me a little uneasy.
And Mita like the serpent in God of War when he talks. Oh really? He talks really slowly? Oh, that's cool.
Okay, I gotta get to Dr. Amaral's office.
Serene ordered Hatch to kill me because he didn't want to put his plan at risk. And seeing the scale of that facility, I started realizing just how deep that plant went. Made me wonder, if time was ending, what was it all for?
No, 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 no!
Yeah, me too. Yeah, and he also elongated the words like hello. Oliver, you're gonna go off to the gym now, like to get an early workout in your days off. Back is gonna grow today. That's really good, Oliver. I really hope you have a great gym session. Thank you so much for being here and watching and chatting. Definitely appreciate it. Hope that you have a good one. I'll be streaming for a few hours, so if you're able to jump back into the stream after the session, that's great. I'll see you then. But if not, catch you another time. But thanks again, dude, for being here. Hope you have a good one. Elon Gated. A musky smell.
Thanks for the heads up.
The chart showed that all of Monarch's major technological advancements started in 2010. Around the same time that something else happened.
Ground Zero.
Monarch Technology Timeline, 1999. Phase 1 of Monarch Operations. 2000. Monarch Physics Research Division founded. 2006. The Gull Island R&D Facility commissioned. 2008. The Gull Island R&D Facility construction finished. 2010. Phase 2 of Monarch Operations. Ground Zero event. CFR obtained. 2011. Ground Zero Chronon Particle Harvesting Operation initiated. CFR research completed. Artificial Chronon Particle Field. Stutter approving. Lifeboat construction begins. 2012. Personal Chronon Field Prototype. Stable Artificial Zero-State Field. Prototype Chronon Tech Suit. 2013. Prototype Striker Suit. Lifeboat construction completed. 2014. Mark 1 Chronon Tech Suit. Mark 1 Striker Suit. Prototype Juggernaut Suit. 2015. Prototype Chronon Dampener. CFR integrated into the lifeboat control system. Time Machine Corridor constructed at Monarch Headquarters. 2016. Standardized Mark II Striker Suit. Standardized Mark I Juggernaut Suit. Standardized Mark I Chronon Dampener. Time Machine at Monarch HQ ready for core insertion. Preparations for Phase 3 of Monarch Operations completed. We deliver success in time. Nice pun there. Hey there, Shin. Welcome. You have too many video games. Are you sure? There's no such thing as too many, is there? That doesn't seem right. How's things, Shin?
Dr. Amaral's office. Looks like that's one level up. Looks like I need to find another way inside.
Wow, Shin, 1,446 just on Steam alone. Damn. Imagine having a look at all of those games and calculating the estimated time that it would take to complete each one. Like, holy bloody shit. That is a lot of games in Meta, like, fucking hell. I mean, it's definitely a lot, but I could imagine back when I was a gamer in the 90s that if someone told me they had that many games, I'd probably be completely shocked. So I remember playing NES games that were like 100 games in one, you know, and that at the time felt like a lot of games. Granted, some of them were just copies of one another, just, you know, with different names and different graphics slightly, but yeah.
What the fuck is that thing? Can't focus.
The device drained my powers.
We refer to it as a chronon dampener.
Serene ordered Hatch to kill me because he didn't want to put his plan at risk. But seeing the scale of that facility, I started realizing just how deep that plan went. Made me wonder. Time was ending. What was it all for? The chart showed that all of Monarch's major technological advancements started in 2010. Around the same time that something else happened.
Ground zero.
Me too, you've only 90 games on Steam. Together with other platforms, you have a bit over 150. So 90 games, yeah. 150 with other platforms, cool. There's definitely a lot to keep you occupied. Mr. Gote, you got 334 with only 4 perfected on Steam. Some on Xbox completed though. Imagine getting to a point where you've perfected all 334 of those games on Steam. Well, the game's taking its sweet time. Have I initiated a glitch? guess the game doesn't like when you skip a cutscene. If this was the PlayStation, that would have been in the end of the stream. But Xbox, your game doesn't actually end the stream when it crashes or gets shut down. Mr. Gote, you'll be like, come out to your stream, be like, Rod, I am 40, it's done. 334 out of 334. Yeah. Indeed, Dr. Darling, rest in peace, game. It didn't like me skipping that cutscene. In Meta, only 10 of them are 100% plus platinum. Oh, that's fair enough, though. I mean, that's a lot of time that it takes to get those things too, as well.
What the fuck is that thing? That's what he's... That's hurting. Fuck me. That was hardcore. Which way is Amaral's office? Oh, hello? We might be able to get out from here. Let's try that again. guessing this isn't the usual employee route.
Nice. These are in Control as well. Not that these are things that only exist in video games, specifically this game in Control, but these are things that are also in Control as well.
I knew that Monarch had technology to let their soldiers move in stutters, but this was bigger than that. Somehow, time flowed normally in that area. Suddenly, Monarch's lack of concern about time stopping made a hell of a lot more sense.
In Mita, and you've played 43 out of 90 games that you have on Steam almost halfway through. Oh, that's definitely a lot to get through. That's interesting. Yeah, 43 out of them. Shin, you have 2,774 games spread across 9 platforms. If you had the physical boxes for all of them, you would require a second bedroom just for the boxes alone. Holy shit. So the end of time, in the context of this game, it would mean that literally everything just stops. And even though it would take a long time for everyone to die, there'd be no way to move. There'd be no way for anything else to move either, as well. Shin, you would be considered a video game hoarder. Yeah, that's definitely true. It's a lot of games that you probably won't end up actually finishing all of them. Shin, those devices are called Newton's Cradle. Ah, thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, I didn't actually know what their actual name was. That's cool. Yeah, Dr. Darling in Control has some of those on his desk.
Dr. Amaral's office must be close.
That's right, Dr. Darling. Referring to the actual character in Control. Not you specifically as a viewer with the name Dr. Darling. From Sophia Amaral, the Time Machine, to Monarch Team Leads. Hello, I've just been informed that the time machine core we obtained from the university has reached Monarch HQ safely and is currently being installed into the new time machine corridor system we have constructed there. As you know, the core of the time machine is the time machine. The corridor around it is merely the user interface. This means, of course, that once the installation work is complete, we have effectively moved the time machine from the university into the Monarch headquarters. That said, we don't intend to use it. Let me repeat that. There are no current plans to use the time machine. We are not sure how safe it would be to use, given that its initial activation has caused the fracture. I personally believe that now that the core has been activated, further use would be safe. But make no mistake. This is a hypothesis, not a proven fact. We know that the machine taps into the universal Maya-Joyce field, and somehow that connection has caused the fracture in the field, apparently because of a misconfiguration. We are looking into the specifics, but until we know for sure, it would be irresponsible to use the machine. However, having it in place gives us a degree of control. It allows us, in an emergency, to travel backwards, although we obviously can go no further than to the time of its activation, last night, or forwards, as might be required. Obviously, being fully secured at our building's restricted area on the top floor also means that nobody else can use the machine. I have to reiterate that the only person who may authorize the use of the time machine is Paul Serene. I do not have that authority. Martin Hatch does not have that authority. The only person who does is Mr. Serene. He takes this issue very seriously, and I strongly suggest that you do the same. Dr. Sophia Amaral, Head of Research. Time Machine by Paul Serene. Dr. Darling, but we are one and the same. You're typing from the dark place right now. Mita, but some of the games you own on Steam are just for the sake of having them. You'll probably never play them, like the Elder Scrolls Arena and Daggerfall, including also Resident Evil Reverse and Resident Evil Resistance, which were added to your library automatically when you bought Resident Evil 3 and Village. The latter games are also multiplayer, so you're not interested in playing them. I don't blame you, Mita. It's definitely good to be able to just say, look, these aren't the games that I'm interested in, I have no interest in playing them, and so just leave them be. And that reverse thing, I think it was like a really, really terrible idea. Just because there's heaps of characters they can use for something like that doesn't mean it's a good idea to actually do a game like that.
I knew I couldn't leave the offices before locating Dr. Amaral.
In Meta, yeah, I guess they thought people would enjoy some multiplayer Resident Evil games. Yeah, it's interesting that they didn't actually just resurrect Resident Evil Outbreak in that case. Liz, it'd be interesting to see a playthrough of Daggerfall, though. Yeah, I don't have much experience with the whole series of Elder Scrolls. I've only played a bit of Oblivion, but all of Skyrim, and I haven't really looked up too much about the earlier games before those ones. But it's definitely one of those things where, as a player of games, you shouldn't feel like you have to play every game. It's good to be able to just like the things that you do and just play those. To Fiona Miller from Charlie Wincott, date October 8, 2016, 10:12 a.m. Subject: What's up, girl? So I had a dream about you last night. It wasn't anything bad, don't worry, but it was pretty fucking weird. Let's just say that if you have a second mouth hidden under your arm that keeps on insisting that the international stock market's being controlled by the Pittsburgh Steelers, this would be a real good time to tell me. I mean, I don't usually have premonitions or anything. I don't believe in that crap, but just the same, I'd hate for that one to turn out to be true. Oh, and also that mouth eats nothing but sausages. Real chompy chomp style. So, there's probably nothing Freudian happening there. Just wanted you to know. What are you up to? Charlie. To Charlie from Fiona. Jesus, Charlie, I can tell that you're a man of great sophistication. Did you major in smooth talk, or... Actually, hey, speaking of education, I heard rumors about that op coming up at the university. I know you know, 'cause you always know about that sort of stuff. It sounds pretty serious. What the hell's all that about? Fiona. Charlie responds, well, as far as the university thing goes, I can't really talk about that. I mean, yeah, obviously I know. I'm like the first person they talk to about something like that. But it's classified. I sure as hell wouldn't put that down in an email. So maybe you should just come down and talk to me. If I was free to talk about it, which I'm obviously not, bring food. Seriously, I can't talk about it. I don't even want to know how you know about it, but you should still bring me food. Not sausages. Don't make this weird. Charlie.
No alarms. Looks like nobody here knows about the mess I made on the way in. Nice job, Beth.
Please return all used cups to the kitchen. For security reasons, we have limited janitorial positions in this facility. Or, to put it another way, your mom doesn't work here, and if you hoard those coffee cups, we will run out, and if we run out of cups, people can't get their coffee, and without coffee, there will be murder. We all know this. Return your cups so nobody has to die.
Now, look. It's just math. The more people, the bigger the area we need to prove, and the less time we're gonna have. Literally.
From Martin Hatch to Clarice. Must move forward. I've aided in Jack Joyce's escape from his cell. He is here to kidnap Dr. Sophia Amaral. This presents the perfect opportunity to move forward with our agenda. Tonight we send Monarch into a state of chaos. Tonight we ensure Paul Serene's downfall. When Paul hears about Jack's escape, he will order Sophia Amaral to be locked away in the villa for protection. As Jack nears her location, have Stetson sabotage the drone surveillance, so that his movements will remain undetected. Assist Joyce's mission in any covert manner possible. Sophia is Paul's only resource capable of developing the treatments he needs. With her out of the picture, we only need to destroy his remaining treatments to render Paul helpless as his sickness grows. All of his treatments are kept in Dr. Kim's lab. I will gain access to the area and ensure that the entire lab is destroyed. I predict that Paul's sickness will take hold within 6 hours of these events, spurred by the increasingly frequent stutters. Only then will we make our final move. To Beth Wilder from Fiona Miller. Date October 9, 2016, 6:32 p.m. Subject: Joyce in custody. I just got word that Jack Joyce is in Monarch custody. Walked right into the mansion on Gull Island and gave himself up. What the hell are you two up to? If you want my help from the inside, then I need to know what's going on. Fiona. To Fiona from Beth. Yeah. Oops. I'm sure you noticed that things didn't go exactly according to plan at Ground Zero. Seems like a running theme tonight. Can't go into details now, but we found something that I believe is the key to retrieving the countermeasure. The solution is in sight, but we need to kidnap Sophia Amaral in order to get it to work. Jack gave himself up as part of a plan to get him inside. I'm on my way to release him so he can get to Amaral. A poor man's Trojan horse. Desperate times, desperate measures. What's your status? Any update on the Dr. Kim lead? We may need your help from inside to pull this off. Any chance you can lower security in and around the R&D facility? Fiona responds, our plans might actually overlap for once. I'm going to attempt to access Dr. Kim's lab tonight during the gala to find out if he knew about the countermeasure. I still think that's our strongest lead. However, if I get inside, I should be able to shut down some of the security measures from inside. The problem is that getting inside that lab might prove to be a long shot. Couldn't get a hold of Amaral's keycard, so I've resorted to shameless flirting in order to find a means in. I'm going to the gala as Charlie Wincott's date in hopes that he can get me inside. That's if I can hold back from punching out the douche for that long. Consider this a test of restraint. I know that you think Jack is the key to obtaining the countermeasure, but the evidence is really stacking up. The Dr. Kim knew something about the device. All of the research he did in that lab is classified. They're hiding something big in there. I'll let you know what I find. I'd warn you that your plan on the island sounds reckless, but I'm sure you're fully aware. Keep in mind that the minute Dr. Amaral goes missing, the entirety of Monarch is going to be hunting you down. She's the only thing keeping Serene alive. He won't let her go without a fight. Keep safe. From Martin Hatch to Monarch Security Team Leads, instructions for tonight. People, it seems we are having an even busier day than we anticipated. Be aware that both Liam Burke and Jack Joyce are now being held in the detention center at the island. It should go without saying that Burke no longer has any authority within Monarch Solutions, and should be treated as any other detainee. Both Burke and Joyce are considered exceptionally dangerous, and Joyce particularly so. He is chronon active, and should be handled with caution. That said, Joyce has given himself up. It's possible that he has realized the futility of his position, and the fight has simply gone out of him. But I'm not convinced he has no ulterior motive. Mr. Serene has to concentrate on his speech tonight. It's extremely important to the future of this company, so please ensure that everything goes smoothly. In the meantime, I will personally be conducting an interrogation of Joyce. Please expect my arrival at the detention center shortly. Martin Hatch. That's the God It's So Slow remix. Indeed, Lizzie, absolutely. So there we have a screenshot of Alan Wake, the actual Alan Wake game. This would of course be the original version from 2010, not the remaster from 2021, in which the face model for the in-game character of Alan, the one that you actually control in gameplay, was actually different to Ilkavilli's face, even though Ilkavilli was Alan Wake physically in the live-action segments of Alan Wake 1. In the game, the original game model didn't actually have his face, and so in the remaster they actually fixed that. But yeah, this is a screenshot from the original version of Alan Wake, released in 2010, and if you look in the top left-hand corner of the screen, the character that's playing Alan Wake in this part is probably in Chapter 6, I think, because the objective is go to Cauldron Lake. And of course that song is one of the Old Gods of Asgard songs, Children of the Elder God. Such a great song too. From Martin Hatch to Monarch Team Leads, the purpose of the gala. Greetings. It has been brought to my attention that there is some confusion as to the reason for the upcoming evening gala on Gull Island. I understand that some feel that such a celebration is frivolous, even misguided, in the aftermath of last night's events at Riverport University and the now present, steadily advancing fracture in time. These concerns are understandable, but they are missing the bigger picture. Monarch Solutions is now entering a phase in which its true purpose will be fulfilled. We have finally arrived at the moment for which we have spent years preparing. The purpose of this event is twofold. First of all, for those selected to be a part of the lifeboat project as scientists, technicians, support personnel, or in some other role, it will be important to see and hear Paul Serene. Continued confidence in the survival program is vital for the continued survival of Monarch and, ultimately, the human race itself. This is particularly important given recent events. We need to present a desirable and reassuring counterpoint to the sacrifices we've had to make. Naturally, not everybody at the party will be among the chosen few, so a certain degree of informational hygiene will be required. I trust you will ensure that those reporting to you are informed precisely to the degree necessary. Secondly, for all of our autonomy and vast resources, Monarch is not functionally independent from the rest of society. In order for our plans to succeed, we will need the support and cooperation of the authorities and numerous business partners, even though they don't know our true goals. A demonstration of power and confidence, as well as a clear message that Monarch has the will and the reach to fulfill our plans, will go a long way towards securing that support. This is particularly important given our recent hardline approach. We cannot weather the storm of public opinion without support from Riverport's higher echelons, and if they consider us weak or reliability, they may choose to probe deeper into our activities. This is precisely the kind of escalation we do not need at this crucial juncture. In conclusion, this is a tremendously important event for the future of Monarch Solutions, and for the future itself. If there are any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me, Martin Hatch.
That's Amaral's office.
CFR Briefing by Dr. Sophia Amaral. It is no exaggeration to say that the Chronon Field Regulator, or the CFR, is at the heart of all of Monarch's technological advances. It has taken on a somewhat mythical quality given its origins and the vital role it plays in the Lifeboat project, but in actuality, the CFR's applications are very practical. That's not to say the CFR hasn't had a course-altering impact on the work Monarch Solutions does. It has been hugely influential in the development of both the starter-proofing technology that allows us to shield large areas from the effects of a zero state, enabling time to keep flowing within them, even as it stops everywhere else, as well as the smaller, personalized application of the same technology. The portable Chronon harnesses that allow our soldiers and technicians to operate freely within stutters. We think of Dr. Henry Kim as the father of all of this technology, and deservedly so, but for all of his brilliance, it was his dedication to uncovering the secrets of the CFR that allowed him to make his breakthroughs. Despite Dr. Kim's hard work, the CFR's functionality is still not fully understood, and we have not been able to replicate the device. Having more than one of them would obviously be greatly advantageous to us, but we find ourselves in a precarious position where, in order to fully investigate it, we would have to take it apart. Given its immense power, such an undertaking would pose obvious risks. Perhaps even more importantly, there's no guarantee that we would be able to put it back together again. Given that it's vital to the implementation of the Lifeboat Protocol, it's our policy to leave it intact. We do know, however, that the CFR can not only store an immense amount of Chronon particles, it can also tap into the Maya-Joyce field and, with great precision, manipulate it. It's this unique ability that our own Chronon technology replicates, albeit at far less control and efficiency. It's also what makes the Lifeboat Protocol a reality. By itself, our starter-proofing technology is powerful and reliable, but its rate of Chronon particle consumption is high, and it increases at an alarming rate as we widen the volume of space the starter-proofing covers. This would, on the face of it, make the starter-proofing a very temporary solution indeed, one that could perhaps buy us some subjective weeks once we enter a permanent zero state, but which would ultimately only delay the inevitable. However, the CFR changes all of that. When the permanent starter-proofing installed on the lifeboat, indeed the very starter-proofing that makes the lifeboat in the first place, is directed by the CFR, the system becomes vastly more efficient. Our Chronon particle consumption is reduced to around 1% of what it otherwise would be, given that Chronon particles are hard to source even at our ground zero installation, and our stockpiles are decidedly limited. This means that the CFR makes the difference between lifeboat being a temporary stopgap solution or a very long-term undertaking that, hopefully allows us to eventually find a solution to the end of time. Be right back, before I start reading this. Alright, I'm back. Chronon disrupted wave function subjects, aka shifters. Slide 1. Much of what we know about the shifters is theoretical, based on observations made by Mr. Serene, and the limited experimentation we have been able to conduct on the only subject we have managed to capture. They do not seem to have a stable physical presence. Rather, the data we are gathering appears to be fragmented and contradictory, as if there were countless versions of the subject occupying the same space. Our current theory is that they somehow exist in a persistent state of quantum superposition. Or, to put it another way, with reference to the famous Schrodinger's cat thought experiment, the cat is both alive and dead at the same time. The full mechanics and implications of this exceed our current understanding, but on a practical level, it seems to make them highly resistant to injury. It appears that even if the shifter encounters deadly force, it may kill one of its aspects, but because it exists as multiple iterations of itself, including iterations that were not killed by the force, it doesn't stop. Current theory suggests that the only way to stop a shifter is to cause its wave function to collapse from the superposition to a single eigenstate. In practical terms, the shifter must be affected with deadly force enough times for it to run out of healthy versions of itself. As such, direct confrontation with a shifter should be a last resort. Slide 2. Contact with a shifter is extremely dangerous. We know that they are essentially mobile repositories of vast amounts of chronon particles, and that they can only exist in a zero state, an area which has been depleted of chronon particles, typically by a fault in the Maya-Joyce field that encompasses the universe. Colloquially, we refer to these as stutters in time. We also know that shifters are hostile to any source of chronon particles other than themselves within stutters, so any chronon active individual within a stutter may find themselves targeted by shifters. It appears that movement in stutters, by which we mean the very movement of particles within the space in which time flows, not merely the movement of an individual, disturbs them, and they respond with considerable aggression. As discussed previously, shifters are extremely resistant to damage. They are also quite physically formidable, but their biggest threat is the distortion field around them. Its exact nature is unknown, but we know it warps the properties of the space surrounding them, exerting great physical stress and unpredictable forces on its surroundings. Again, in practical terms, close proximity to a shifter may be fatal even if no actual physical contact takes place. Slide 3. The stutter-proofing technology Monarch Solutions has advanced offers solid protection against shifters. Time flows normally within a stutter-proofed area, so shifters simply cannot exist within them. Therefore, as long as stutter-proofing remains active, shifters are not a problem. However, stutter-proofing of large outside areas is not feasible given our chronon particle budget, so we have developed other technology to defend against shifters. The chronon dampeners. A chronon dampener works by annihilating free-floating chronon particles within a specified area. As shifters' forms are hypersaturated with chronon particles, they cannot enter an area in which a chronon dampener is active without their wave function collapsing. Therefore, our operatives in the field have a solid portable defense against shifters. Our own technology is shielded against the dampener's effects, so activities and studies undertaken by our strikers and other operatives are not hindered. However, as an unfortunate side effect, the dampeners have a crippling effect on individuals who are chronon active without the aid of technology. Accordingly, should Mr. Serene be present, you should always make him aware of your intentions before activating a dampener. You may rest assured that the dampener is not powerful enough to do actual physical harm to Mr. Serene, whose system constantly produces new chronon particles to replace the ones that are lost. But as the dampener's effects are unpleasant and enervating, such an encounter is likely to lead to an awkward conversation about future career prospects. Projected fracture progression. We've looked at the preliminary data on the frequency and severity of the stutters and crunched the numbers, and the results are alarming. Our original projection, which gave us years until the fracture reached the point where time breaks down completely, does not match up with the progression of stutters we're experiencing. Put simply, the stutters are happening more and more frequently, clearly indicating that the Maya-Joyce field is breaking down much faster than we thought. Taking the rate of acceleration, we can hypothesize that we might have as little as 24 hours until we reach the end of time, or the point at which time stops and no longer starts up again. We do not know why the original projection was wrong, and why that data, which we do consider reliable, coming as it does from Mr. Serene, seems to entirely contradict our current findings. Regardless, the main issue seems clear. In order to achieve Monarch Solutions' stated goals, the lifeboat protocol should be activated ASAP.
Amaral had tried to warn Paul. The end of time was approaching quickly, less than 24 hours away.
Mr. Serene believed it would take years to run its course. Admittedly, he was wrong.
Hey there, criminals. Welcome. The very little formal Latin you've studied has helped so much, it's awesome. That'd be quite interesting to learn that language, especially because it's the source of so many other ones. Quantum is Latin, equon is equal in English. Ah, that's interesting. I didn't actually know that before. That's cool. It's so interesting, I find, the etymology of words and when something first became a thing, because it's very easy to just think that something came into being at a certain point in time when it actually was a thing earlier. For example, I had no idea that dishwashing machines actually existed in the 1960s. I thought it was something that was probably like, late 70s, early 80s, but nope. It's been around for decades. You hate laundry day, Shin. I don't blame you. That would definitely be annoying. To Sophia Amaral from Paul Serene. Date February 24, 2013, 6:35 a.m. Subject Dream Journal 1. Sophia. As promised in our latest session, I am now going to transcribe what I recall from my dreams. I still have doubts that this exercise will help alleviate my symptoms, but I'm willing to explore the idea further if you truly believe in its merit. For someone who is not a medical doctor, let alone a mental health professional, you seem to take a great interest in my thoughts. Not that I don't appreciate it. Here is my first attempt. I recall a haunting image of 7 red doors. Each door had a wrought iron handle that was dripping liquid metal onto the ground, creating a pool in the middle of the room. I looked down into the aqueous metallic glow at my feet to see my own glimmering reflection, revealing that I had aged half a lifetime. Startled, I looked back up to discover that only one door remained. Jack Joyce stood in front of it. The heat in the room was overwhelming. Jack was sweating profusely, his skin red and peeling open. He begged me to take him back home, but there was no door leading home. I opened the only door left and entered, discovering that we were back in the same room we had just exited. He refused to come to terms with this, and opened the door again. I followed him, over and over, as he desperately opened the doors, forever leading us back to where we started. The heat grew, and he howled in pain, begging to know why I made the other doors disappear, why there was only one path. He begged me to bring the other doors back. He begged me to take him home. The iron pool burst into flames. Jack screamed in agony. I grabbed him, told him that we needed to learn to endure the heat, to embrace the flame. I knew it would come to pass eventually, but the only way to survive it was to accept its inevitability. My body began swaying rapidly, dancing to the movement of the flames around me until my bones faded out of existence, and I surrendered to the fire until we were one and the same. I was no longer one being in one place and time. My life force spread evenly across the flames until I was no longer an individual in one body, but a grander shifting entity. I could feel Jack being consumed within my essence. I felt a power within the heat, a clarity of intent. I forgot about my desire to ever return from the flames, because the body that once desired to return was lost forever. I became the very thing that I entered, and it became me, a cyclical fury chasing itself. Ouroboros. I woke up in a cold sweat. I quickly wrote down words that poisoned my mind in that moment. Delmore Schwartz was right. Time is the fire. Sophia responded, "With Jack Joyce in our custody, I thought it relevant to forward you a message you sent me years ago. Do not underestimate the significance he holds in your life. I understand your concern that he is reluctant to accept the inevitability of what is coming. However, when he sees the whole picture, he'll have no choice but to believe. We all had our doubts once. You showed us the light. Give him time." Criminals, oh yes. Air conditioning is a wonderful invention. Not even 100 years old. It's incredible, honestly. Yeah, that's the other thing too as well, like the earliest versions of something that then became so advanced, but now, because it's been so long since it became that advanced, it doesn't feel as special anymore. So it becomes just mundane. So people don't really think about, how things used to be anymore, which is fine. I feel like it's okay to not know about every single thing that existed before you were even born. That's why when people say, "How did you not know this?" I'm like, look, not everyone knows everything about everything that happened before they were born, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of, information that we learn that might be sort of like new to us, even though it's really old information.
That there looks like what Beth wanted. Oh, shit. Amaral's at the party. The stutter won't last. I better find a way out of here and get to the party.
Shin, the microwave was created during World War II. That is so crazy to think.
Quite expensive piece of tech you stole.
Bill me. I knew Beth's cover wouldn't last long. Had to get it to her at the party before it was too late.
I mean, obviously, atomic power and, nuclear power and all that kind of stuff. It's understandable that with that being something that was a thing for a long time, that the idea of a microwave doesn't seem necessarily that, surprising. But still, it's something that you might not even think about. Yeah, and meter exactly, Like, there's a lot of things that I have seen and read and watched that when someone else hasn't, and they're told that information, and they go, "Oh, I didn't know that." To have the reaction of, "Oh, you should have known this," is like, no, not everyone knows everything about everything before they were born. There's just some stuff that we just don't know. It's not like we're born knowing it. It's not like the very first time we speak, we're able to say in articulation all the stuff that existed before we were born. You know what I mean? Like, there's a process of learning that happens as well. And that's why a lot of stuff can seem like it's not, like that it's just brand new as well. It's just that the way that time progresses and perceptions shift, it's not just perceptions, it's also knowledge of stuff.
Monarch combat gear was unwieldy. What I'd taken from Dr. Amaral's office was much lighter, almost like a civilian model.
Alright, cool. So those didn't actually have audio until we picked up the item. Alright, that's fair enough.
Guns made to operate in a stutter. Paul had clear priorities. When time ends, guns don't.
Criminals, you share that perspective. You've had English professors say Latin is a dead language. You claimed it not to be then, and recently scratching the surface of the language has opened an entirely new understanding of English. So many terms in English had Latin roots. Yeah, that's the other thing too, like, so much time goes by and things change, but they still keep some of the original version of something as well. And so to actually have a look at all the words that we just use without even thinking about where it actually came from and what it actually means, having a look at Latin or anything else that is a base language that things progress from, it's really cool to find those sort of like connections as well. Imita, yeah. In many cases there are things we haven't come across before, and of course we don't know, but that's not the way to react to it. Exactly, Imita. We all learn different things at different times as well. Some people might have learnt about something when they were younger, but other people might not know about it until they're older. Lifeboat presentation. The lifeboat, located underneath Monarch headquarters. Headquarters. That's the second time I've said it like that. Located underneath Monarch headquarters. Access sealed until activated. Completely stutter-proofed. Maintained with chronon particles sourced from ground zero. Particle flow directed by the CFR. Twofold purpose. Guarantee survival of human race / find a way to restart time. Limited capacity. Personnel chosen based on vital skills. Complete discretion required. Note: Mr. S will give the speech tonight at Gala. Groundwork for activation. Mr. H has limited availability. Busy with Joyce. Contact his assistant if urgent.
Oh, dude. Come on, you're at work.
Adventurous religious singles dating website. Adventurous religious singles, pure thrills for the pure of heart. Find your soulmate. Meet the one he meant for you. Abstain together. Enjoy the tension. There is room for all in the closet of the Lord. In Meta, for example, you didn't know anything at all about the AC games, and you only learned about them when you were in high school, which was 10 years ago. Same with other games, and sometimes people are like, how is that possible? I'm like, well, it has never occurred to you, so you don't know. That's true, yeah. With The Witcher, for example, I didn't even know that The Witcher existed as a franchise until the third game came out. And there was a show in Australia called Good Game, and I used to watch it, and I saw their review of it, and I was like, oh, I didn't even know this was a thing. So there's so many things that can happen. Like you look at day to day, month to month, week to week, year to year. There's so many things that can happen, so many things we focus on, so many things we have to learn, so many things that we focus on making sure we know, and it's impossible to learn absolutely everything. And so the way that we navigate through life may end up being a situation where we just don't go down the alley, to use a analogy. We just don't go down that particular alley. We just go a different direction until later when we go, what's down there? You know what I mean? So there's just so many different things that exist as well. Like, if you look at movies, for example, there's 10 years in a decade, but that doesn't mean that there's only one movie released every year. You know, there could be 50 movies released every year over a 10-year period, and not everyone is going to even know even 10 of them, you know. Damn, I missed an object here. Which means it was early in the chapter. Damn it. Which means I'm not going to be able to get all the videos. Oh no, we got the Jack Joyce one. But we won't be able to get Paul Serene Diary 4. Collect all the intel in Act 3. Oh, that could still be possible, because that's all of Act 3, not just a specific part of it.
You gave yourself up at the party. Paul Serene responded by ordering your execution, yet here you are.
Here I am.
How did you escape that cell?
You work under Martin Hatch.
I do?
Then you know how I escaped. It made me wonder whose side he was really on. I've done some research on the guy since then. He joined Monarch in 2001. He helped Paul shape the company. There's no record on Martin Hatch before then. Nothing. Like he didn't even exist. It's almost like he came back
I think it's time we move on.
In Meta, yeah. Another example is Alien. You didn't know about the movies until you started playing the game. Yeah, you know. And that was really cool that through playing Alien Isolation, that you became aware of the movies and then wanted to actually see them as well. When you redeemed it and you started playing it, you basically started to play through blindly, not knowing shit. And that's what's so great too in Meta is that the way that they designed that game, you don't have to have even seen Alien, and that was the genius of it. And I think it's a good example of how you can cover both bases. People who have seen the movie go into the game going, "Oh, cool! Look at all the things that are referencing it." Someone new is just experiencing it in a pure way, and then when they watch the movies, if they decide to, they'll have that kind of reaction where they're like, "Oh, that's so cool! That's like in Alien Isolation." You know, so I love it how things can have like two different entry points depending on your perspective, and it can also carry over into the opposite as well. Although collect all the intel in Act 3 the two that we did actually collect. I wonder if you collect something you missed, and then at the next checkpoint you exit out of the replay. I wonder if it actually remembers. Because it happens so early in this part, I'm going to actually go back into that mission. Although, will that mean I have to redo the whole fucking thing? Oh dear. Questions, questions, questions.
Previously on Quantum Break.
Paul! Stop! Come back, goddammit! Ah!
I think it's time you tell me what you know.
I know your brother built the one thing that could stop the fracture.
Second time machine. No.
What?
God damn it.
We can't fix the machine, but I might know somebody who can. Sophia Amaral.
The Monarch scientist.
She'll be at the Monarch Gala tonight, but security's airtight. She'll be nearly impossible to get to.
Unless I have an invite.
We didn't come this far to get derailed now. You talk to him, find out what he knows, then get rid of him.
Security was tight at the Monarch Gala. You took quite a...
It sure is, Lizzie. Yeah.
What's it look like out there?
Yeah, Courtney Hope plays Beth Wilder, which is this character
you're
here.
secure.
And then she plays Jessie
Everyone's concentrating on the party.
in Control.
So far, you're crazy
And what's
for
funny,
your
Lizzie,
boyfriend.
too, is the actor who plays
And
her
Dr.
brother,
Amaral?
Dylan, in Control,
fix on her.
is also in this game, too.
She's either at the party
Jamie
or at her
Dury.
office at the R&D facility here on the island. I'll scout out the party.
Because she looks a bit like Jessie from
So you're
Control.
gonna
You feel
sip
like they
champagne
used the
while I
same
break
face
into a
model but
high-security
changed it to make it look
installation.
like another character.
It's like you got this
Yeah,
all
Courtney
figured
Hope
out.
is the actress that
I'll save
plays
your cocktail,
Beth
Winnie.
and Jessie.
Oh, well, in that case.
Let's have a look at collectibles. So, yeah, oh, that's good. It does remember what I actually got. That's good.
My cover isn't going to survive the night, but it'll last a little longer, so you can't walk out the front door with me. This is the quickest way to the R&D facility.
Yeah, Lizzie, it's cool when
I disabled the security
actors
at the back door, but
are
there'll be
in
guards.
multiple games by the same studio.
Contact me when you're clear. And Jack, you know what's at stake here.
Because Remedy doesn't own the full rights to Quantum Break, it means that they can't actually do sequels without Microsoft's permission or greenlighting it. So when it comes to referencing characters that Courtney has played, as well as characters that Shawn Ashmore has played in the Remedy universe, they can't actually
let's go. This is
use
an escape,
their names
remember?
from this game. So there's references to both of them in Alan Wake 2, but they can't call Shawn Ashmore's character in that by name Jack Joyce. So they had to work around it as well. But yeah, there's a part in Alan Wake 2 where you come across Shawn Ashmore's character Tim Breaker, and he has a whiteboard that has some information on it. And one of the bits of information is him talking about a red-headed woman that he seems to think is very familiar, but he doesn't know where she's from. Essentially, I'm paraphrasing. And so that's their way to reference the fact that they know each other in a different universe, the Quantum Break universe. Mita, now you recognized her voice. Oh yeah. Yeah, she's been in other video games aside from Remedy ones as well. I think one of the Star Wars games, but I don't know which one though. I'm talking over cutscenes and stuff because we've already actually seen this. I just want to get a collectible that I missed.
Damn. That will hurt in the morning.
My powers were growing. I was learning to control them better. That felt good.
Okay, so... this would be the intel I missed.
Very sci-fi and very Monarch. Something tells me it wasn't commissioned by them, though.
No, it wasn't that. Alright.
Hey, Beth, I'm clear. What's next?
You'll see a radar tower up ahead soon. Let me know when you get inside.
All right. Oh, you could have warned me about that one, Beth.
Hang on. I didn't remember that I'd already unlocked that. What? Won't worry about it in a moment. Until later, I mean.
Okay, how am I getting to that radar tower? Up you go. All right, that's it.
Turned into a disaster. Gonna take them weeks to clean it up.
It was all supposed to be quietly swept under the carpet. But now we've got a shitload more.
Oh, God.
Time felt broken here.
Alright, so this is the sign that we'd already found before. And the thing that I'm missing should be around this area, either before that sign or after it. It's put in after it, so hopefully, because it's positioned
The whole cannon felt
after it.
unstuck in time.
But that means it is after the sign in the game.
The timeline of the old cannon felt loose. I could shift it around.
Smart place to aim the cannon, guys.
I've been thinking. Monarch projections say these stutters are getting more frequent. If one hits while we're grabbing Dr. Amaral...
You'll be frozen. Yeah, I know. It's a risk.
Monarch specialist troopers have the stutterproof gear. I bet Dr. Amaral would have that in her office, too.
I'll keep an eye out. See if I grab it for you.
Holy shit, it's Joyce! Visual!
unlock the gates leading to the tower.
Alright, so
Let me know when you get there.
where is that collectible that I missed?
Need to get to the radar tower. Okay, next stop, the radar tower. Great, another one.
Alright, what's the thing after the thing I missed? Chronon source, which doesn't help.
Beth? I'm at the radar tower. Where's the lab?
Below your feet. It's all top secret. The elevator inside will take you down.
Whoa, seriously? What is this, a Bond villain lair?
You have no idea. Just don't fall into the shark tank.
Fuck.
Okay, so that's the radio. Right, so that's the Bobby Radford Riverport radio show. But where the fuck is the thing that I missed? Because down here was another Chronon thing. Ain't your pal, friend. Chronon source. Gull Island sign. So what I'm missing is somewhere between the sign and the radio. Alright, what's the stuff related to the enemies remain revealed? Functional range of time vision increases. Well, that doesn't actually help me in terms of like showing me where collectibles are necessarily. Alright, now the character won't go back there because of course not. Would have been good if after finishing an act, if there was anything that you missed, that it would highlight it something specific that it doesn't otherwise. So then you can know for sure. That's the other thing about games when you get collectibles. You try and go through everything with a fine-tooth comb. You take ages to examine your environment before you actually go forward, but you still miss something. But it's probably something before the sign, not after the sign. But we can't go back here now. So we restart.
Previously on Quantum Break.
Paul! Stop! Come back, goddamn!
Security was tight.
What's it look like out there?
I think you're secure. Everyone's concentrating on the party. So far, your crazy plan's working.
And Dr. Amaral?
I don't have a fix on her. She's either at the party or at her office at the R&D facility here on the island. I'll scout out the party.
So you're gonna sip champagne while I break into a high-security installation. Looks like you got this all figured out.
I'll save you a cocktail, Weenie.
Oh, well, in that case...
Hey! He's escaping!
Damn. That will hurt in the morning. My powers were growing. I was learning to control them better. That felt good. Very sci-fi and very Monarch. Something tells me it wasn't commissioned by them, though. Hey, Beth, I'm clear. What's next?
You'll see a radar tower up ahead soon. Let me know when you get inside.
All right.
Oh, you could have warned me about that one, Beth.
Okay, how am I getting to that radar tower? Up you go.
All right, that's it.
Man, the The dry dock's off turned into a disaster.
Time felt broken here. The timeline of the old cannon felt loose. I could shift it around.
Smart place to aim the cannon, guys.
Here we go. There we go. Alright. So that's what I was actually missing. It was a chronon source. Alright, so now we've actually gotten everything in that. I'm not going to exit out of the mission yet. Just in case.
Quicker next time.
But when we actually get an autosave next, hopefully it'll stick.
I've been thinking. Monarch projections say these stutters are getting more frequent. If one hits while we're grabbing Dr. Amaral...
You'll be frozen. Yeah, I know. It's a risk.
Monarch specialist troopers have the stutter-proof gear.
Alright, let's see where the checkpoint was made last.
Dry dock's off turned into a disaster.
Alright, did it remember that I got everything? It says I got 100%.
Take 'em weeks to clean.
Now, let's quit to the menu. Continue. Ah, so it's done this, okay. Alright, we need to redo the whole fucking level again. Don't you love it when games do that? Oh no, we don't have to. Alright, cool. Oh, that's good then.
Previously on Quantum Break.
Paul! Stop! Come back!
Hey there, Code. Twitch is being an asshole again as you let the stream run in the background. All was literally frozen in place. Oh, wonderful. Oh yeah, you'll love when that happens. Alright, so the thing that I was missing was not some intel. Which means that we could still find the intel in Act 3 that is required. Because we're still in Act 3. We've already found everything in Part 1.
Oh, dude. Come on, you're at work.
Alright, so this is a document that I had collected before but didn't read yet. From, to Paul Serene from Cara Avero. Date October 9, 2016, 6:01 p.m. Subject, Time Machine Core. Paul, the Time Machine Core has successfully been transported to the headquarters and installed in the Monarch Time Machine frame on the top floor of the tower. The crew is getting restless. They really need some insight into the next steps. I understand the details of your plan remain confidential for a reason, but any information you can give us would be extremely helpful. Kara. Paul replies, Kara, thank you for the update. We do not require the time machine to be activated in the near future, but from this point forward I want technicians on standby. Our plan requires absolute control. That is what the machine represents. More than anything, we want to protect the machine from falling into the hands of our enemies. We have to deny them the opportunity to disrupt our plans. We may not be able to change the past, but if my travels have proven anything, is that the past can help us better prepare for the steps to come. Those steps will be made clear to you very soon. Paul Serene.
Garage. Sounds like the way out of this place. Nice. All I had to do was make it through the garage. Seems simple enough.
What are they gonna do to that bird guy? After what he pulled, you gotta figure he's dead, right?
Hostiles here! That's Jack Joyce, isn't he? Move in!
Oh, shit.
All personnel. Jack Joyce has escaped custody and is now present at the R&D facility garage. Repeat, Jack Joyce has escaped custody. He is to be neutralized at all costs.
HQ, we need backup. It's Joyce. Over.
Suppress him! Blind target! Go after him!
HQ, he's here. Over.
This is HQ. Weapons free.
HQ, man down. Over.
I'm going in!
HQ, we have contact. Over.
Copy that. All units. Target has been sighted. We are high alert.
Get away!
Thank God. That alarm's not gonna make my life any easier. There's gotta be a way out of here.
Adventures in Flesh by L. Hakola.
I'll play that audio without the extra sound effects over the top of it. Hey there, Biko. Good morning to you. How's things?
Adventures in Flesh by L. Hakola. Chapter 11. Submission. When Archibald finally descended into his basement, his dungeon, he looked calm and collected in stark contrast to my distress. He was still dressed in his impeccable suit of softest velvet, wearing the horn-rimmed glasses that gave him an air of indisputable authority. Behind those glasses were his eyes, and those eyes glinted with feverish anticipation. I squirmed in my restraints. "So," he said, "here we are. You're gagged and helpless, and I can't wait to send my adventurer party into the darkest dungeon, located in the soft, damp underbelly of your citadel." He paused and licked his thin lips. "And I brought along my 10-foot pole." I squirmed again. He laughed long and hard. "Oh, yes, I'll take out the battering ram, my pretty, whatever it takes to smash my way into your sanctum sanctorum." He must have caught something on my face then. He adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. "Look, not to break the scene, but please nod if you're still into this. I mean, just to be sure. I don't want there to be any... we're not idiots here, right? Fantasy's great, but, you know, explicit consent's the secret sauce, right?" He giggled sensually. I stayed very, very still. Then I nodded. His face broke into a devilish grin. "Well," he said, as he pulled on the leather gloves and picked up the oversized D20. "Let's play."
Fair enough. I had no idea this was in the game.
Is somebody playing an audiobook over the radio?
Whoever that is, shut it off now.
I think I'll just leave that right there.
Somebody find out where that's coming from. This is supposed to be a secure channel.
Lenchmob, welcome on in. How's things? You're taking a break from playing GTA Online after helping out random players make money on the Diamond Casino heist. That's really good. I hope that you enjoy your break from it. Hope you're having a good day.
Damn. The alarm must have locked everything down. Maybe I can turn it off. Oh, shit. Okay. That's what I'm talking about.
Lynch Mob, have you played Alone in the Dark? You've been thinking about playing it since it's free on the PlayStation Store. I haven't as yet, Lynch Mob, no. I did see that it became available on that too, which is good, because I was sort of interested in playing it, but I wasn't sure if I would end up liking it. So the fact that it's actually on PlayStation Plus means that if I do want to do a playthrough, then if it ends up being a terrible game, well, you know, I haven't paid anything additional other than what I'm already paying to play other games that are already on the PlayStation Plus that I'm playing. But yeah, I don't know if it's any good or not. It seems to go back to like the old school Alone in the Dark, where it was like set in a different time period. Or at least I think the earlier ones were set in a different time period. Sometimes games opt for being timeless in that they don't necessarily specify what year it takes place in, but it could look like multiple different kinds of years maybe.
Beth, I got that device for you, but Dr. Amaral's at the party.
Yeah, I just spotted her. Want to be my date?
Yeah, save me that cocktail weenie. I'll make my way there.
Serene's finished his speech and he knows you're loose. He's headed your way. Remember what we said. I'll keep him occupied, but switch to the Monarch frequency to make sure you stay out of his crosshairs.
Okay, I'll see you at the party. You can do this. Beth, I got that device for you, but Dr. Amaral's at the party.
Yeah, I just spotted her. Want to be my date?
Yeah, save me that cocktail weenie. I'll make my way there.
Serene's finished his speech and he knows you're loose. He's headed your way.
Beth, I've got company. I'll see you at the party. Great.
Oh, crap, it's Joyce. HQ, we need backup. It's Joyce. Dropping man! Clear! Shit, I'm out! Keep pushing! Who's in? What?
That's my cue. That's the last of them.
Adventures in Flesh by...
Hell? Is somebody playing an audiobook over the radio?
Whoever that is, shut it off Now!
I think I'll just leave that right there.
Somebody find out where that's coming from. This is supposed to be a secure channel.
And you're back for some quality time with Bobby Radford. Hope you're doing okay tonight, Riverport. It's been a pretty freaky day, and I'm kinda hoping things will calm down now. I'd sure like to go back to normal, put these events behind us. Personally, I feel like that ain't gonna happen, you know? Ain't no going back to normal. You know, back in the day, I used to think that Monarch was good news for this town. They brought in a lot of jobs, and I don't know if you remember it, but man, did we need those jobs bad. Unfortunately, that came with a price tag, and we're paying for it now. Now, they're playing those classic corporate games where they keep screwing us. And they lie about it, and they deny responsibility. And even if somebody manages to nail their asses to the wall for it, they'll just lawyer up and wiggle off the hook somehow. Hell, that's business as usual in America, folks. You get used to that. It's what they all do in the end, one way or another. But Monarch, I keep flashing back to how Monarch security boys work people over at the university. How maybe they did worse than that. Shit. We're used to cops getting away with that. But these guys don't even have badges. That kind of thing, it just don't sit right with Bobby, Riverport. And it shouldn't sit right with you. So get off your ass and do something about it. Call your councilman now.
Hey there, Afro. Welcome. Do you know this guy? You think you do? I'm not sure. Do you know this guy? Because I know this guy. Not personally, but I know who the actor is. But I don't know if you know that you know. Sean Ashmore. Dr. Darling, thank you for redeeming the Remedy Games quote. So any manuscript page from Alan Wake 2. Awesome. Let's have a look. Hopefully I can actually find that. Alright, so let's see if on the Alan Wake wiki someone has put the transcripts on it. Alright, cool. So alright, so this is a manuscript from Initiation in Alan Wake 2. Alright, let me see. Manuscript pages, here we go. This is the better source. Alright, so I've got one. It's 1988, a face-off between deities on the rim of Cauldron Lake, high above its dark waters. Thunder roared, the old gods facing something even more powerful, something harder to define, even, or, changing the perspective, raging lunatics all, caught up in the frenzy of a shared delusion. The old gods, the corsairs of the Sea of Night, and the Dark One who yearned to stand in between, who had always stood in between, who would soon stand in between. We help you, you stay away from our family, Tor Anderson snarled over the thunder. Yes, until you all come to me, came the answer. That's never gonna happen, shouted Odin. I will take this as collateral so you'll remember our deal, said the Dark One. Blood arched from Odin's face as he fell to his knees. Lightning hit the dark figure on the cliff, and with that, he was gone. Tor rushed to his brother. Are you all right, bro? Effectively blind in that moment, the eye patch covering his left eye, his hand over the now empty socket of his right, blood oozing out of it, Odin cursed. The bastard took the wrong eye. There we go, Dr. Darling, that's from Alan Wake 2. That's the manuscript about Odin losing his eye. And for you don't know, is that the brother from Control, the bald guy? No. Funny thing is, though, in the demo for this game, I think they used actor Jamie Dury's face for the main character. But I don't know if that was just like a placeholder face until they had done what they needed to with Shawn Ashmore, or what the girl was there. But yeah, the actor who plays the brother of Jesse plays a character in this game called Nick. He's the taxi driver.
I need the exact coordinates for Joyce ASAP. Monarch Actual is moving in to intercept.
This is Home Guard 5. Just spotted him entering the tunnel system outside the party grounds.
Beth?
I'm on my way.
He took out my entire squad. Requesting immediate backup in here.
Attention all units. Reroute to the tunnels immediate.
Negative. Seal off all exit points, but I go in alone. He's mine.
Nice work.
That's right, Afro. Yeah, Shawn Ashmore, who plays the main character in this, he was Iceman in the X-Men movies. He also has a twin brother as well. I think his brother's name is Aaron Ashmore, but I could be wrong though.
Again. I could see the mansion where the gala was. I had to find a way to get there. Hey, there we go. I could see the energy field of another Monarch Chronon dampener. It would drain my powers. I'd have to find a way to shut it off. My powers won't work within that sphere. I better be careful. Security's tight.
Somebody get Serene back here!
Yeah, now we're talking.
You were headed for the party. What was your plan?
I needed to get to Dr. Amaral before the stutter ended and Monarch found out I was coming.
There's gotta be a way to get past that gate.
Hey Alien Fodder, welcome. You're wondering, considering that this game is kind of old, is the gameplay still rather acceptable? Yeah, having the time manipulation powers, it can be similar in some ways to the game Control, if you've played that one. And the actual combat isn't too bad either, but I could definitely see it being considered a bit repetitive after a while. But also, I find myself personally not always using all the available time powers all the time. Like, I seem to sometimes favor one time power over the other and all that kind of stuff as well. I wouldn't say the combat system is like groundbreaking or anything like that, but I think it definitely matches the kind of game that they're going for as well. In some ways, it is like Max Payne, except with time travel and time powers as well. I mean, in a way, he's already using time powers when he activates bullet time. But this game, of course, takes that kind of, well, it takes it a lot further than what Max Payne does as well. Ah, no trouble at all, alien fodder. It's funny, there's been some times where I've gone to press a button that in Control does something, but in this game it doesn't do the thing that I'm like dodging, for example. It's the left bumper on the Xbox to do that, whereas I think in Control you press the B button if you're playing on the Xbox.
This is the only tunnel entrance Joyce could have entered through.
Secure the exit. I'm going in alone.
Sir, you're sure you don't want support?
We've seen what Jack can do. I'm the only one who can stop him. If he gets to the mainland, we lose him for good. Secure the exit.
Oh yeah, alien fodder. That's you've been there and done that too. Oh yeah, happens a lot sometimes to me in the Assassin's Creed series with Eagle Vision. Because in a lot of the games they sort of like change what button activates it from one game to the next.
Nothing to report, sir. It's all smooth sailing.
Beth should be here somewhere. Need to get to her before the stutter ends.
Swoon text message. Serene just finished the speech. I can't take it, he's too much. I swear I could eat that guy up with a spoon.
This won't take long. Make sure everything goes smoothly at this end. You know how important this party is to us.
Hope I'm not overstepping my bounds here, sir, but I don't like it. Please take a couple of our guys with you. Locked up or not, Joyce is dangerous.
I'm touched by your misguided concern. I can handle Jack Joyce.
Cocky bastard. But he did give me a chance.
Mr. Serene's speech had been a success.
The world was falling apart, but the wine and cheese crowd was enjoying their little goddamn soiree.
Alien fodder. That being said, this game was a bit groundbreaking at the time it was released. If you're not mistaken, it was one of the very first games featured for the Xbox One back in the day. I do believe it was, yeah. I didn't actually play it until like 2021, I think it was. So it'd been out for a while since then. And then there was also Control, which came out 3 years after. But I played this first before Control. Now having played Control and Alan Wake 2 in the years since playing this for the first time, it's been really cool to come back to this and replay it and then have even more sort of like context for, Alan Wake 2 stuff. Even though it might not 100% be exactly what was shown in this, it is interesting to look back on the things that they put into this that, actually foreshadow what happened in Alan Wake 2. Okay, so already had a look at that. My screenplay part 2. Hey E-Toad. So does Control, pardon me, and Alan Wake intertwine story-wise? They do, yeah. Alan Wake and Control, they're actually in the same universe. Whereas Quantum Break, Microsoft owns, I think it's the full rights to Quantum Break. Just like what would happen with Alan Wake 1. Because Alan Wake 1 was an Xbox exclusive for a very long time. And then in 2021, when the remaster came out, they could release it on PlayStation platforms because Remedy got the full rights back. So that hasn't happened yet with Quantum Break. So they can't directly name characters from this in anything. But they can actually have the actors, of course, who played characters in this be in future games of Control and Alan Wake. And they can also reference their characters that they played in Quantum Break, but they can't literally say what their name was in that game yet, or in this game yet. From Bruce Livingston, my screenplay part 2, to Sophia Amaral. Hey Sophia, still haven't got any notes back from you on the first half of my screenplay, but I'm finished the second half now, so I'll send it your way. Let me know what you think. Time Knife, written by Bruce Livingston. Act 2. Bruce has just had his best friend killed by his boss, Paul Marine. Bruce now has a time knife that sends things through time if he stabs them. He is going to Paul Marine's wedding now to tell his girlfriend, Sophine, not to marry him, because he's a real shitty guy. Internal wedding building day. It is a wedding. Paul Marine and his girlfriend Sophine are getting married. Sophine is real attractive. If most girls are ham sandwiches, then she is a 16-ounce steak. Bruce enters the wedding building. Stop! Bruce, I'm so happy that you came. You can't marry Paul Marine. He's a real shitty guy. He's lying. I'm not. He killed my best friend with time bullets. But that's impossible. Time travel doesn't exist yet. That's what they want us to think, but I actually have a knife that is also a time machine and sends people through time when I stab them. I want to believe you, but that doesn't make sense. I will prove it. Bruce grabs Sophine's mom. Here is a bunch of money for lottery tickets. Bruce gives Sophine's mom a bunch of money for lottery tickets. He stabs her with the time knife, but gently, not violently, just so that she will travel through time. She disappears. Sophine's mom enters the wedding building. She is now wearing different clothes. He is right. He stabbed me gently with the time knife and I was sent to the past. He also gave me a bunch of money which I used to buy a lottery ticket that I knew would win, and now I have $1 million. You helped my mom become rich? Thank you, Bruce. You made me rich the first moment I saw you. Rich in my heart, with love. I always loved you most, but Paul Marine and I already just got married. You're too late. Or is he? The minister pulls off his mask. He is actually George Washington. Bruce knew you were getting married, so he stabbed himself and travelled to the past and stabbed me so that I would be sent to this time. I then pretended to be a wedding minister for the ceremony, but I am actually not a minister at all, which means the marriage isn't official. You did all of this for me? Yes, I stabbed George Washington because I love you. Also, the man you were about to marry wasn't actually Paul Marine. Paul Marine takes off his mask. It's Slobbo, Bruce's best friend. This is actually a fake wedding. I saved Slobbo's life and then had him disguise himself as your boyfriend to make this look real, but it was actually a test to see if we were meant to be. The only thing meant to be is your death. Sophine pulls out a gun. She pulls off her mask. It's the real Paul Marine. But how? I followed you to the past using my time bullets and discovered your plan to marry Sophine. So I already married Sophine in the past. She didn't want to, but then I showed her this baby. Paul Marine reveals a baby. I told her that this baby was actually our baby from the future, and that I used time bullets to travel with the baby back to the past to show her that we had a family together in the future. But in reality, it is just a baby that I stole that isn't mine. And whose baby is it? The real Sophine enters wearing futuristic pants and a shirt. Ours! Are you Sophine from the future? Yes, you are very quick to understand things. I came to the past to tell you that in the future you and I got married. Bruce, we had a very active and highly satisfying sex life, which led to the birth of our future child, Uragay. That is the baby that Paul Marine is holding. He stole our baby. But why? Paul Marine stole our baby and then traveled to the past so that he could use the baby as a lie to trick younger me to marry him instead of by saying that it was actually the baby that he would have with me in the future. The past version of me believed him, and because of that I married Paul Marine instead and no longer ever marry you at all. Oh man. It's over, Bruce. We're married. Until death do you part. Bruce pulls out the time knife. Paul Marine pulls out his gun with the time bullets inside. They have the best fight of any movie ever. At the end, Bruce has Paul Marine with a knife to his neck. It's been a slice. Bruce lifts his knife up to cut Paul Marine. You won't get me this easy. Paul Marine aims the gun at himself and shoots himself 30 times. The clip is bigger than a regular pistol. Paul disappears, but then 30 Paul Marines enter. I shot myself 30 times, so that I was sent to many different times at the same time, which meant there were 30 of me. Now we are all here to kill you. Which means that each of you has a time bullet inside of you. Of course, but I made sure that we are all shot in areas that have no vital organs, and we will get the bullets removed after we kill you. Unfortunately for you, I travelled to the past early and took your gun and added an electric charge on each of your time bullets. I control the electric charges with his handheld detonator. No. Yes, it's quite shocking. Bruce presses his detonator. All 30 Paul Marines are electrified from the inside. Their skin peels open all over like sausages that are left on the barbecue for too long that peel open all over. The Paul Marines all die. Consider this my resignation. Oh yeah. God bless America. Bruce and Sophine make out. Sophine waits for a few seconds for the audience to stop applauding before saying her next line. Congratulations! You passed the test! What test? We always believed you were the chosen one, so we travelled to the past to test you and make sure. We now believe you are ready to fight the ultimate villain from the future. Okay. Who is the ultimate villain? His name is Paul Marine. But I just killed Paul Marine. No, the Paul Marine you have known this whole time has actually been an actor from the future that we paid to play Paul Marine for the test. The actual Paul Marine is exactly the same, but he lives in the future. He was an actor, which means my job was fake as well? Yes, that's the only reason why you were kept in a low-level position for so many years without a single promotion, and it appeared that people didn't give you the respect that you clearly deserve, because in reality you are the chosen one. It all makes sense now. We must travel to the future. Are you ready? Looks like it's time to find out. Bruce puts on his shades. George Washington waves the American flag. End of movie. Bruce Savage will return in Time Knife 2. The Reckoning. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. E-Tone, you hate exclusivity, but you understand that business-wise, yeah, it is a shame too as well, because it would have been really cool if they didn't have to kind of like work around not being able to actually have characters mentioned by their name from Quantum Break in games like Control and Alan Wake 2 as well. But at the same time, it kind of made them really creative in how they actually get around it as well. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning. How was Quantum Break coming along? What do you mean Quantum Break? I thought I was playing Time Knife. It's going well, thanks, Lucinda. We're still in Act 3 of the story. There's 5 acts in total, and trying to get all the intel that unlocks certain videos, because certain videos are locked behind getting all collectibles and like all that kind of stuff, or specific stuff as well. But yeah, it's going really good, and we just found part 2 of a screenplay that this Bruce Livingston character has written. And the character that he's actually written it to is Sophia, and he has feelings for her, so he's written into his script himself as the main character and her as Sophine. And at the start of this screenplay, this part 2, he was like, why haven't you responded to me about my first one? Because it sounds as if you got your nuts trapped somewhere, right? Yeah, the voices I did for these characters in part 2 is what I did in part 1 as well. So I'm glad I remembered which ones I put as which characters. Yeah, listen, I don't blame you for asking what this is. Like, this is just some very sort of like meta stuff that this character has written. Hey there, Soda. Welcome on in. Roz Lady Voice may just spill water down your shirt. Oh no. Welcome on in. Lizzie, 10 out of 10 voice acting. Thank you, Lizzie. Hey, Mr. Epic. How's it going? What did you just walk into? What timing, huh? Time bullets, yeah. Exactly. Time bullets, time knife. Lizzie, you're kind of hooked on that, though? Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah. I think there's a part 3 as well. Mr. Epic, this plot is something else. It really is. It's so funny, too, because they like to weave in these sort of really weird and like they're not actually part of the story. Like not reading, it's not like there's something in the main story that covers this, but it's just like a really funny way to create some different kind of genre content into something else as well. Hey there, Mazzy of Silence. Welcome on in. A poop knife? Now that would be a shitty knife to have. Especially if you're cutting food with it and then, So you wasn't ready for it. You were turned away from your screen and you were like, what in the world, lol? Well, I'm glad you weren't drinking anything that was like scalding hot or something. Like that would have been really, really bad.
Beth was key to pulling off the mission. I needed to get to her before going any further.
Personal item, Fiona cocktail sword. Get Charlie drunk enough to access the lab. Oh, nice. That was the intel object related to unlocking one of the videos that we have. Mr. Epic, you would watch Time Knife. Sounds like a funny movie to watch. Yeah, the character who wrote it is attracted to the character of Sophia Amaral, and that's who he has incorporated into his screenplay. So he's inserted himself as the main character, Bruce, and he's changed her name, but it's supposed to be her in his story. So going from her name being Sophia to the character's name in his story being so fine, you know, and in a way it's like a meta parody of the kind of writing that are in a lot of Remedy games as well, where you have multiple different versions of characters and all that kind of stuff. So the doppelganger effect and like having multiple copies of the same thing, but even though they're supposed to be copies, there's actually differences, you know, things like that. Soda, you want tea so bad, but you got a doctor appointment today, so you can only have water. Oh, that's fair enough, Soda. Yeah, it's definitely best to stick to what you need to drink and what you can't, you know, especially if you got to go to an appointment. I hope that the appointment goes well for you. Hope you get a really good result as well.
September 5th, 1999. Again. I found a way back from the end of time through a second machine. I went back as far as it would send me, February 28th, 1999, with a simple goal: to use my knowledge of the past to protect us from the future I witnessed. I've built a company from the ground up, invested in sure bets. We've made millions in mere weeks, and this is just the beginning. I can use this knowledge to do great things. I can use it to guide us to a better future, to make the world a better place. And it's strange, living all this a second time, reliving it all from the shadows. I recognized a vagrant the other day. I know how he dies, weeks from now. I can save him from that fate. A simple start. If I can do that much, then I can save us all. I still see visions of it every day, haunting me. Time frozen. Billions of people just stopped for an eternity. Never living and never dead. She followed me here. Tried to kill me. I'd like to think it haunts her too.
I was sort of wondering, Paul Serene mentioned February 29, 1999, and just out of curiosity, it came to me to look up what actually happened on the 29th of February in real life in 1999. And the quick AI overview says that it was a leap day, a date that only occurs once every 4 years. While there were no major world events that occurred specifically on this day, 1999 was a year of significant events and cultural shifts. Okay, so nothing of major note actually happened on that date. I was sort of wondering if there was going to be like some kind of like very clever thing that happened in real life on that date that relates to what Paul was actually talking about. But there isn't though. But of course, 1999 definitely had a lot of significant thing in pop culture, especially like movies like The Matrix, as well as movies like Fight Club and M. Night Shyamalan with the Sixth Sense, kicking off a whole obsession with people trying to come up with a plot twist. I mean, Fight Club has a plot twist as well, but this whole push to have like a plot twist at the end of your movie. Not that those two movies were the only movies in history up to that point that would do that, but sometimes something comes along that popularizes something to the point where everyone wants to try their hand at it. Time is not a lake, but an ocean. Thank you, Mr. Epic, for redeeming that Arnie impression. Thank you.
go.
It is so funny.
What the?
Easy, 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 Beth. Hey! It's okay. It's me.
Jesus. Look at all this.
Hope this is your style. These people have no idea I've been shooting up half a Paul's little amusement park.
Yeah, well, Monarch does. I don't think my cover's gonna last.
Yeah, well, I don't think it would do much good for the next part anyway.
Okay, Dr. Amaral's somewhere inside the mansion. Let's go grab her. Bit of luck, we can be gone before anybody notices.
Okay, lead the way.
Hey there, Shaky. How's things going? In me too, yeah. I like how they have the voices just slow down really slow.
We need to get to Dr. Amaral's office. This stutter can collapse any second.
What's our plan once we grab her?
There's a boat dock right outside the mansion.
Okay, we can make that work.
Oh shit! Oh, that drone!
It's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Literally.
Jack, Dr. Amaral's in there. We need to get her out before time kicks back. We shouldn't wait. Let's go get Dr. Amaral.
Just want to check something for a moment. Alright, so if I go back and we look at collectibles and all that kind of stuff, just want to go back and see about anything that I might have missed that actually relates to unlockable videos as well. Alright, so we got 100% of everything in Act 1, Part 1. Same with Act 1, Part 2. Part 3 as well, we got 100%. Same with Junction 1. Act 2, we got 94% of Part 1. So what was I actually missing? Okay, good. So it's not something that's related to a video to unlock. So it doesn't matter in this playthrough if I don't get absolutely everything. I just want to make sure that I get what I need to unlock specific videos. So we're okay with Act 2, Part 1. Act 2, Part 2. There's nothing in there that I missed that I needed for unlocking a video, so that's cool. Let me see. Act 2, Part 3. 93%. And there's nothing in there that is related to unlocking a video. 100% of business. Junction 2 done. Act 3, Part 1, 100% done. And Part 2 of Act 3, we've gotten everything that I need to related to unlocking the video as well. So if I have a look at Paul Serene's videos, the next one unlocks by completing Junction 3. The next Jack Joyce diary becomes available completing Act 3, Part 2. The next Beth one becomes available after completing Act 4, Part 2. And the next Will diary is finishing. We need to locate his diary in Act 4, Part 2. Okay. Wonder where he would put his diary in Act 4, Part 2. Well, we're not even in Act 4, Part 2 yet, so that's all good.
Jack, get her moving before time kicks back in and that drone turns us into paste.
Let's get to it, Doctor.
What? Oh no. That's gonna be good. It's really happening. You're Jack Joyce. You're here to kill me?
No, but you're coming with us. We need your expertise.
No.
I'm not asking.
It's collapsing!
Come on, move! Where's the damn boat?
It's right there.
Okay, go! Get her on the boat, I'll keep her.
Come on, Doctor!
Hurry up!
You'll never get away with this.
Shit, snipers.
Get in!
It's Joyce! Somehow he got right past us! Go, let him escape! Somebody call Mr. Serene!
Jack, they're closing the gate. We'll be sitting ducks here unless you get it open for us.
I'll take care of it. You get going the second you can, okay? No.
Swapping mags! Find him!
There's still way too much firepower around. These assholes are gonna
Attack
sink
his
us. We gotta
flank!
take care of them first.
Leave it to me.
HQ, Joyce is here. HQ, he's here. Over.
Roger that. Over.
Hey Pio, and welcome on in. How's things? Hey Ogorki, welcome. How's things going? Oh, that's great, Ogorki. Glad to hear that you're going good.
Need to open that gate.
What about you?
You're clear. Go.
I can swing by
Go.
and...
No, just go. We went to all this trouble to grab her. Beth, I'm counting on you to keep her alive. I'll make my own way out.
My plan was simple. There was a bridge to the mainland. I'd fight my way through anything Monarch would throw at me and then steal a car, drive it back to the swimming pool.
Just remember, we need your ass alive for the next part.
We'll see how it shakes out.
Nice, Pio, and that's good. In Meta, you like how you can stop time and take their weapons? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's really cool. Plus being able to do like a dodge is very similar to Jesse being able to dodge and control as well. So there's like a little bit of a sharing of
Focus, Jack. Focus.
particular powers.
HQ! Hostiles!
Copy. All units, we have contact with the target. Over.
HQ, we need backup. It's Joyce. Over.
Copy. All units, target has been spotted.
Down! Away!
I'm taking the shot. Slayer in position.
Forward! Move round!
With Beth and Dr. Amaral clear, it was time for me to get gone. For that, I needed wheels. Okay, time to get a ride out of here. Valet parking. Beloved by car thieves everywhere.
this thing growing inside me. I've been fighting it for 6 hard years. Dr. Amaral was developing a cure for the Chronon syndrome. She was the only one who could administer the treatments that kept my sickness at bay.
Paul?
And Jack had taken her away from me.
How the fuck did this happen, Morton? How is it possible they managed to take her?
Paul, this is your illness talking. I'm on your side. Easy, you're...
They took her. Without Sophia, there's no chance of a cure.
We did all we could. But there are forces within Monarch working against you, and I believe Burke was just the tip of the iceberg. It wasn't just Joyce that did this.
Sir? We've recovered Dr. Amaral's laptop. We have it set up over there if you want to take a look.
I'll be right there. I want to go over Sophia's figures. If she's right, the fracture is escalating a lot faster than we anticipated.
You know the future. Dr. Amaral doesn't. Is the lifeboat even in a viable state for activation? She's trying to convince you the schedule's wrong. Why? To get you to rush this? To make a mistake? The people opposing you. She could be one of them.
She isn't.
Are you willing to bet the entire plan on that? I implore you, hold off on activation, Paul. Let me clean house before this gets completely out of hand.
Yeah, Pirwin, it's interesting because the actor who plays Jack Joyce is Shawn Ashmore, but the actor who plays Jesse's brother Dylan in Control was actually used, I think, in one of the early demos. So they actually had actor Jamie Dury's face on the main character for that demo. So I don't know what happened there. Maybe they just had him there for the demo purposes. But the actor who plays the main character in this, though, is Shawn Ashmore. But the actor who plays Jesse's brother is in this game as well as a character named Nick, who's the taxi driver. So it was really funny, because when I played this game, it was after Control had actually come out, but I hadn't played Control yet. So I played this first, so I didn't see the connection. I had no idea. So it's been really cool, after having played Control now, in the years since I first played this, and also Alan Wake 2, it's been fun to revisit this game now and actually see a lot of these connections that at the time I wasn't, making and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, but it's a bit interesting when they have like actors that look pretty similar as well. So yeah, I don't blame you for thinking that Shawn Ashmore looked like the other actor as well. But yeah, I haven't actually read about why they used Jamie's face for the main character in the demo, and then what decision led to them having Shawn Ashmore. Like, there's been things where like an actor has been used initially, but then they've cast someone else afterwards as well. So it's not like it's a unique thing, but wouldn't mind actually reading up on that. Alright, so there's no things in this junction to look at. There might still be, but they're not classified as collectibles.
This way.
I should have been here. Somebody made a false report. Sent me to the tunnels to divert my attention.
Like I said, people working against you.
Who was that on the radio?
We're still working on that. Do you want to see this laptop or not? At least your speech went over well.
Any assurance we gave them was taken away the second Jack opened fire.
How do you want to proceed?
Somebody was working against me. Somebody close. Martin Hatch. Sophia Amaral. I could only trust one of them.
Alright, so in my first playthrough years ago, I actually chose at this junction to go with the Amaral approach. I'm still going to show what actually can transpire if you actually choose Amaral, but without actually committing to it. So in this playthrough, I'm going to choose the opposite to what I chose in the first playthrough, and we're going to go with Hatch, but I'm still going to show what Amaral is all about.
I want him apprehended. Immediately. So I have some information about Martin Hatch.
Martin had been my closest advisor for years. I began to wonder if that had been a mistake.
Sophia's loyal. She's always been loyal.
I don't think we can trust her. The way she looked at the countermeasure like she's seen it before. She knows what it does.
Sophia's research had saved my life. Loyalty doesn't run any deeper.
So if you choose the Amaral approach, if you choose, Serene chooses to trust Sophia and suspects Hatch is a traitor. So we're not going to confirm that choice, but that was what I chose in my first playthrough years ago. Unfortunately, I wasn't exporting my VODs back then, so I don't actually have that playthrough recorded anymore, because the past broadcasts are well and truly long dead. We're going to go with Hatch in this playthrough though.
Alright, Amaral. Let's go fix the time machine.
I said I'll try.
Evidence was mounting against Sophia. I couldn't simply ignore it, despite everything we had been through.
And she knew you'd never make it without those treatments. And then she took them away.
If she turned against me with what she knew, the damage could be immeasurable.
Dr. Darling, you're working from home tomorrow. You get to watch Until Dawn, the game you mean. Yeah, I'll be starting my phase 1 of celebrating that game's 10th anniversary. Yeah, but that's true. That'll be the Friday game moving forward for a little bit. And the reason I know what I chose last playthrough is because when I actually loaded this game up before I started this playthrough, I was able to look at what choices I had made because the save file was still there. So I made note of all the different choices at these junctions, so I knew for this playthrough ahead of time what I chose last time. Shaky lol, good one. Yeah, it's like, no, you must literally watch Until Dawn. Listen, Rod always watches Until Dawn. That is so very true, absolutely. If you take the Hatch approach, Serene chooses to trust Hatch and suspects Sophia is a traitor.
You're right. We need to stick to the original plan. Whether Sophia's date is good or not, we can't deviate from that. Clearly, we have been compromised. Put a team together. Find out who she's been working with.
Actually, I've already got something on that front. They just pulled this from the security feed.
My God, it's her.
Who?
Her, Martin. She's one of our employees. How the hell?
We got too big for you to screen everybody personally. We didn't have an ID on her. Until now. Beth Wilder. She's one of our operatives. We've already got a kill team after, but...
We won't be able to kill her. Not yet. How can she be working with Jack? How does she even know him?
I told you, Paul, we can't trust our own people. Who knows how deep this goes?
Find out. Beth Wilder. It was the first time I'd heard her name, but she had been there in the past. When it all started. She'd been here the whole time, working against me from the inside. And she wasn't the only one.
Alright, so 40% of the community voted for Martin Hatch. It's interesting because that choice had Paul Serene talk about not deviating from the plan. So in some ways it seems like this is supposed to be the canon choice, if you wanted to label it as a canon choice. Maybe. Not too sure, but could be. Indeed, Shaky, yeah. He was a really good actor. I don't even know how old he was, but he was really good in this game, even though this role is relatively small in comparison to the rest of like Remedy's games. It would have been cool to see him in Alan Wake 2, for example, if they could have done that, you know. Hey, Octavius. How's things going? Lucinda, okay, right, it's time for you to head off to work. I hope you have a great rest of your stream. I definitely will, Lucinda. I hope that work goes well. Thank you so much for being here before you go. Would definitely like to recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda is doing a playthrough of Resident Evil 6 as part of her Resident Evil marathon. She's a big fan of that franchise, so likes to do a marathon of all the main entries. But some exceptions are the Revelations games. She also does those as well. The next game in the series that she'll be doing after Resident Evil 6 is of course Resident Evil 7, and then Village, which is 8, and then she'll be doing the Shadows of Rose DLC for that game as well. And will definitely, when it comes out, or around the time it comes out, or in the future at some point, we'll actually play Resident Evil 9, of course. A great streamer with some really cool raccoon-themed emotes. No problem at all for the shout-out, Lucinda. Always more than happy to give you one. I really hope that you have a good day today. Definitely catch you again soon. Resident Evil 9, yep. It's so crazy that we've gotten to Resident Evil 9, you know, and like 20 years ago we had Resident Evil 4. And it's just crazy how many games in a series can come out that you might not have expected. Because, yeah, it's like, who would have guessed that we would get to a point where it's like Resident Evil 9? Hope you have a good one, Lucinda. Catch you again soon. Shaky, you think he was 50 here? Oh, I see, yeah, so that was 2016. So, would have been about 50 then. Okay, so what I'll do is, in the description of this VOD, when I export it to YouTube, I'll actually have a link to the live action episode that plays after the part of the game that I just actually completed. Because in this playthrough I'm not actually including the live action videos. And for those who are actually watching on Twitch, I'll have a look on YouTube and put a link in for the episode that relates to what we just did. There's actually 2 different versions of each live action episode based on what choice you make as Paul. Alright, so for those watching live on Twitch, episode 3 is called Deception. Because I chose to go with Martin Hatch in this playthrough, it means that that episode is actually the version based on choosing Hatch. If you had chosen Amaral instead, then episode 3 of Deception would be a different variation based on that choice. But yeah, that's a link to the episode 3 based on my choice in this playthrough, which was to go with Martin Hatch. And in the YouTube video that this will be exported as later on, in the description, I'll also put a link to that. And if we actually get through this act in this stream as well, I'll also do the same with the next episode afterwards. But I don't know how much further I'll get, because it's 4 hours and 15 minutes, and we just finished Act 3, which I started at the start of this stream, so it took a few hours to do that. So it might even take that amount of hours again to do the next part. But we'll just wait and see. I'll just play it by ear.
You took the one thing Mr. Serene needed to survive, Dr. Amaral. That made you priority 1.
Yeah, they made that clear. Monarch lined every escape route with barricades, roadblocks. I had to get to the mainland, but I couldn't do it by car. Needed a new plan.
All right, let's go.
Beth, I think I'm gonna need a ride. The streets are too hot.
Alright, where do you want me?
I'll let you know as soon as I find some higher ground and get a good look at the situation on the bridge. I think it might be a no-go. Gotta get to higher ground.
I'm looking at the bridge right now. It's a lot of Monarch. I don't know, maybe you could sneak across?
Well, maybe.
Or I could pick you up. Let me know. I'm pretty exposed out here, so try to make it fast.
I'll be a lot better when you get me on that boat. Monarch's right on my ass. I'm not exactly making friends out here. How's Dr. Amaral?
Still kicking and screaming. How long do you need to get here?
That depends. Let me check. Better get inside before the chopper spots me. Paul. What the actual fuck?
Still there?
Yeah, just looking for a viewpoint.
Looking for a viewpoint, hey? Need to synchronize it or something?
What have we got here?
Alright, so we're going to have another Alan Wake reference here. I'm going to actually cancel out of it in terms of like not listening to it in the first instance, but I'm going to go into the menu so we can actually see it full screen.
So, we don't know where he is. We can't find him. So we need to look into a replacement.
All ponies are made of butter in Night Springs.
There is always lots of the crazy things happening in Gitu of Niget Springs.
Thank you.
All ponies are made of butter in Night Springs.
We know the old dance, the fortunate and the destitute. The haves and the have-nots. Those who dine at the table and those who starve in the street. But the tables can be but the tables can be turned. The gluttonous consumer may find himself the consumable resource. Do that again.
That is the fate that awaits you in Night Fringe.
It's Night Springs.
Night Cringe.
Springs.
Bright Blings.
Night Springs.
Fright. Whinge.
Jesus.
We know the old dance. The fortunate and the destitute. The haves and the have-nots. Those who dine at the table and those who starve in the street, but the tables can be turned. The gluttonous consumer may find himself the consumable resource in Night Springs.
Right things.
Hey there, Dumbledore. Welcome on in. So there we go. We have a satirical... No, not satirical. Kind of like a parody of the Night Springs narration and all that kind of stuff. I wonder if this was born from literally not being able to get the same actor who did the narration in Alan Wake for the Night Springs episodes. And so they decided to lean into that and create this little skit where they're trying to find a replacement narrator for Night Springs.
We still have no visual on Joyce or Wilder. Doing another sweep.
I can't stay here long, Jack. You're gonna need to be quick.
Yeah, about that.
Bad news?
Reoccurring theme of the night.
I don't care.
I'm looking at the bridge right now.
If we let Joyce across that bridge, we're pink slips.
It's getting tense out there. If I go anywhere near that thing, there's gonna be innocent people caught in the crossfire.
All right. Any bright ideas?
Our fire! There's no way in hell you're gonna get away with this!
Calm down. We need to take a look at your truck.
Let me see. There's a pier under the bridge. You should be able to meet me there with the boat. Giant gas sign out front. Can't miss it.
It's nice and bright for Monarch to see.
There's not a lot of options. Switching to Monarch frequencies. Be in touch soon.
And I'll be there in a few minutes. Don't stand me up.
Okay, how are we getting down there? Where's the fire pole?
Copy's back, and we're getting reports of more and more of these Monarch roadblocks springing up all over town. What the hell is going on in Riverport tonight? We've got a truck driver from Lucky Joe's Treasure Trove on the line. Greg Lawrence, talk to me.
Yeah, I'm out here by Port Donnelly Bridge. Monarch's got the whole goddamn place locked down. Now they're trying to inspect my truck.
Ah, bullshit alarm. No, these guys aren't police. This ain't the FBI. You got crap to deliver, then you hit the gas and push on through, my man. Monarch's got no authority to stop you, and you tell that to everybody on that bridge. What would Lucky Joe think, Greg, huh? Joe needs his goods.
Yeah, that's what I said, but they're not letting me go.
You know, just a little while ago, we were getting reports of some kind of explosion at the Monarch Mansion at Gull Island. This is the third event in what, a day or so that links Monarch to explosions and disasters and civilian casualties. Where are the police? Huh? Where are they? You don't let them search a damn thing. I've been trying to get somebody from Monarch on the line for a full day now. No comment. Riverport PD? No comment. I'm hearing no comment a hell of a lot tonight. I want answers. You should too. We'll be right back after this.
You bastards.
See what you're doing!
All units, bring her back, man! Sophia Amaral is now considered a compromised asset. If encountered, she is to be apprehended, or should that prove impossible, she is to be rendered inaccessible to the enemy. Repeat, the enemy is to be denied access to Dr. Sophia Amaral.
You want to be in cuffs too? What's your name? Where are the police? I'm calling the police. Whoa. Hey, dude. A little help here to think you're serious. You already checked our car. Come on, man. What's the deal here? Wow. Stop arguing with them. Sir, you're making this back in your truck. Now. Shut up and get on the car. What they say. Hey, you can't hold anybody. Have no right to do this. Put down your sign. It's your car.
Life is but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Epic, for redeeming that Bane impression. Thank you. What's it actually from? I can't recall. Alright, be right back. Just need to sort something out. Alright, there we go. Just had to reconnect to my Discord because I was noticing that the icon on my end wasn't actually appearing on screen for me to let me know if I've actually unmuted my voice and it's actually connected to Discord. So if there was any sort of like audio stuttering, just let me know, and I'll do that quote again. Because the whole thing with streaming directly from the Xbox is that if you don't connect to your Discord and have it active while you're actually streaming, then your audio will actually stutter. It doesn't matter what game it is. And that was one of the big reasons why I wasn't actually streaming a lot of games directly from the Xbox and was restricting myself to Xbox original or 360 games, because I could use the Xbox app to actually pick up the image and then use OBS to pick that up. And because the Xbox app doesn't let you take the widget off the screen, it means that any game that is full screen is going to have something on the image the whole way through. And so I didn't want to do that. So that's why I restricted myself to original Xbox and Xbox 360 games, because I didn't have to have the game window at full screen. I could actually have the black bars at the top and bottom and then hide the widget of the app in those black bars so it wouldn't come out on the stream. But there's a way to stream directly from your Xbox and preventing the stuttering by either having your party chat on Xbox active as you're streaming, or have your Xbox connected to your Discord as well. Mr. Epic, that was Q from Star Trek, John Delancey. Oh, cool. Yeah, I haven't actually seen a lot of Star Trek. I mean, movie-wise, I've seen a few. Series-wise, not many. He was great as William Miles as well. Nothing against the actor that they cast afterwards, but he just has a certain way of speaking that I felt really fit William Miles really well.
HQ, this is Gatekeeper 1. Civvies are up in arms over here. They're getting out of their cars. Some asshole from Lucky Joe's won't let us search his truck.
You heard Serene. We take the hard line. Easy on the trigger finger, but if it comes to it...
Copy.
Until you take the handcuffs off of my friend and you let her go, cause she didn't do a goddamn thing! Anti-terror my ass! Who's walking around with your assault rifles here, huh? How blind do you think we are?
The character that was mentioned, Amy Ferrero, in this playthrough we chose the choice that actually unfortunately means that she gets killed. In my first playthrough I chose the choice where she survives, and if you choose the Junction 1 choice of basically disposing of Amy, then the character that Jack Joyce will actually come into contact with after the initial contact that he had with Amy will instead be Nick, who is the taxi driver. But he's also a character that drove Jack to the actual university location in the first place too. So both are characters that you can actually meet very early in the story. But yeah, your choice with the Junction 1 is to either take the PR approach, in which you actually which actually results in Amy still being kept alive, or you can choose the other approach where instead you are with the taxi driver guy. Mr. Epic, yeah, don't like the new William Miles voice. There is literally zero emotion in that voice. You think they cheaped out his voice and just hired a new voice actor cheap? Yeah, I mean, the other thing too is whoever is the one that directs the I don't know what the official title for them would be, but the person who is actually in charge of directing the actors with their lines, they might, have wanted to get someone else. I mean, I don't know, maybe John Delancey was schedule-wise not available, or maybe they just didn't approach him, or, maybe someone else was cheaper, could be the case too.
Hey! You down there! Don't come up here, man! Monarch's got this whole place locked down!
Target has been spotted under the bridge.
Gotta get to that pier. Move in and check.
Frag him! Frag him!
HQ, we've got eyes on the pier.
Keep your sights on that dock. He may try to escape by water.
Shit.
HQ? The civvies heard gunfire. They're freaking out up here.
Beth, change of plans. The pier's too hot. Gotta find another way across.
I'm almost there. Just wait 2 minutes.
I'm not putting Dr. Amaral at risk. I'll make it across that bridge. Whatever it takes. I need to get up to the bridge. Cross it.
Alright, so we've unlocked another diary entry from Paul Serene. So I'll play that now.
Sophia. She kept me grounded. Reminded me of the reason I created the lifeboat. The parts of humanity that were worth protecting. I trusted her. More than I've ever trusted anybody. Every time I received my treatment, I put my life in her hands. And every time, she has been slowly taking it away from me. All these years, she claimed to be looking for a permanent cure. In reality, she's been searching for a way to destroy not only me, but everything I've built. And she finally found it. Martin's evidence makes that much entirely clear. She didn't do this alone. There are others. I will find her, even if I have to torture every fucking scientist in this company. I will find her! she will answer for what she's done.
Hello, Sona. Welcome on in. The wind is strong tonight. Is it? Is it windy where you are?
Your behavior shifted during your mission to kidnap Dr. Amaral. You became less foolhardy, more calculated. What changed?
I found hope.
The second time machine? You actually thought you could go back and stop the fracture from ever occurring? Stop everything?
There was a chance. That was enough.
Yet every sign you've seen has proven otherwise. Your own brother posited that time works as a rigid closed loop. No interaction with the past could possibly change what has already occurred, and any attempt to do so would merely cause such events to occur in the exact manner they always did. Perhaps there was a lesson to be learned.
My brother died trying to save this world. You know the last words that came out of his mouth? I'll never stop trying. Lesson learned.
Mr. Epic, you know what would have been funny if they cast John Delancey as one of the Isu? That would have been really funny, and then give him a recurring role, and that would have made the main story really funny instead of what we got now. I mean, he already played a godlike figure in Star Trek, so he would be perfect playing an Isu. That's a good comparison to like the Isu and his character in Star Trek The Next Generation. Could probably also have some kind of dialogue references. So now you're talking about the character and the anger in their voice, top-notch voice actors. Absolutely, Sona, yeah. I really like the acting in this game. It's cool too, the actors that ended up being in control as well.
We got civvies trying to push through the line.
You know your orders. Hardline. Any means necessary. Control!
Sona, in game 5 days before your 30th birthday, 11/16. Oh, nice, Sona, that's cool.
Jesus. What have we got here?
Monarch Notice Board. Have you seen these two? Charlie Wincott, Fiona Miller. Sought in connection with recent terror events. Do not approach. Please contact Monarch Solutions with any information as to their whereabouts. Mr. Epic, hope Remedy makes an open world game with powers like Control. You've been wanting a superpower character open world game for a long time now, especially since Sucker Punch isn't making Infamous games anymore. Yeah, I mean, you never know. There was some kind of presentation that Remedy did, I think it was last year, where they were talking about certain games that they've already released, but they were also talking about what kinds of things they wanted to do in the future. And they also mentioned that there was a fourth IP that hasn't been announced yet that they were also working on as well. And part of the approach that they wanted to take as well with stuff is to have games that are in the same universe, but they're not the same genre. That way, potentially, people who are interested in a different genre of game might actually become interested in the wider universe, therefore want to actually play the other games as well. I think that's a pretty smart thing to do. So if you want people who are fans of first-person shooters to actually, maybe, potentially, get interested in the Alan Wake and Control universe, then you would make a first-person shooter game that fans of that style of game, if they do like what they see in the lore and all that kind of stuff, might be like, you know what, I'm going to give this other game a chance, because while there are people who are only a fan of one particular genre and nothing else, there's also people who are a fan of multiple genres too, and that could be like a stepping stone. Dr. Darling, you just remembered, some days ago Ubisoft tweeted something about Splinter Cell. Yeah, Pandora Tomorrow, they took an image from one of the cutscenes in Pandora Tomorrow, and I do believe that that game was up for voting with GOG for doing like a restoration of it. I think that'd be really cool, because as much as I think Chaos Theory is the better game, Pandora Tomorrow is still a really good Splinter Cell game, and it's a shame that it's been delisted as well on PC. I think it'd be good if they actually released remasters of 1, 2, and 3. On PS3 they actually did a remaster of those 3 games, but they haven't done anything with those older games since then as well. But yeah, maybe it might be something to do with that GOG restoration or preservation kind of thing that they do. Monarch Field Orders Update, Dr. Sophia Amaral. Field Orders Update, Dr. Sophia Amaral. All field operatives, be advised that Dr. Sophia Amaral is now considered a compromised asset. Earlier reports that she was kidnapped from Gull Island by Jack Joyce should be disregarded. She is now believed to have been complicit in the events and involved in an explosion that destroyed vital medical supplies. The investigation is ongoing, but for the time being, she is to be detained if spotted. If she cannot be captured, she should be considered a priority target who should, under no circumstances, be allowed to escape. Mr. Epic, you just remembered something about the new Resident Evil game. You can switch between first and third person in that new game. That's really nice, because you really prefer third person. Oh, that's cool. Because I know there was some speculation about whether or not they would actually do that, even before the recent announcement of Resident Evil 9. But that's cool to have confirmation, because I think that's a good idea. Holy ship.
Oh no. This is so bad. I knew I'd be dead if the stutter collapsed while I was in the frozen crash. I had to reach solid ground, and the deck of the cargo ship was my best bet. Just had to find a way down.
Oh, cool, Mr. Epic. Some
I knew I'd be
YouTubers
dead
did
if the
play
stutter
tests.
collapsed while I
At
was in
the
the
end, they
frozen
showed that
crash.
you can switch between the two.
I had to reach
That's
solid
cool.
ground, and the deck
It's
of the
good that
cargo
they
ship
added
was my
that.
best bet. Just had to find a way down. Now what?
Dumbledore, this game is weird. Absolutely. That's definitely a word that you could use to describe it.
Frozen Crash was a mess. Somehow, I had to find my way across, hope for the best. I kept heading downwards, towards the cargo ship. The route down wasn't exactly user-friendly. The fracture was getting much worse. Timelines getting scrambled. Caught in violent loops, off sync. Crashing into each other. This was what the end of time would look like. Everything was broken. In chaos. Frozen. And no one would know.
Okay. Nice boat. Hold still. Come on, hold still. Come on, come on, come on.
Fracture was escalating. Objects were moving out of time, out of order, entire timelines overlapping. And it was gonna get worse, unless we could stop it.
You don't understand the power you're wielding. You need to hand this technology over to Monarch. I've prepared for what happens next.
You say you're prepared, but no part of this plan of yours involves stopping it from happening.
Even if I fix William's machine, what could you possibly hope to achieve? The end of time is coming. There's no way to—
Hey! This isn't a debate. I just watched a ship fast forward through a fucking bridge. Time is running out. And the fracture's getting worse by the minute.
And it cannot be stopped. Paul has been to the end of time. He's witnessed it firsthand. Can't you see? We prepared for what's next out of necessity.
Your research is based on work by William Joyce. You respected him. He knew that the fracture would occur, but he also knew that it could be fixed. Will built a way to stop the fracture. This. The countermeasure. We're traveling to the past to retrieve it. You can help us get there faster. Or you can agree to disagree.
I'll have to run diagnostics on the machine. I can't promise anything before that.
Nick, take Amaral to the machine. Keep an eye on her.
You got it. Welcome to the team, Doc. Don't make me shoot you.
Jack, before we head downstairs, we have to talk about something.
The stuttering that you saw in that cutscene was happening for me in the game too, so it's not something that is only happening on stream, which is kind of annoying. This is actually an Xbox Series S I'm playing it on too, not an Xbox One. So you would think that that kind of stuff would have been sorted out backwards compatibility wise. Alright, so we've unlocked another video of Jack's.
Let's talk about Serene's condition. You're aware of how it started?
Uh-huh, ground zero.
Monarch developed a treatment to curb his symptoms. Our reports state that you destroyed those treatments, rendering him defenseless as his sickness spread.
That's what the reports say, yeah. But I've never stepped foot in that lab.
You have no way of proving that.
Now, I find it curious. Dr. Amaral was working on a permanent cure for Paul's condition. But she was ordered to stop before research was complete. Sounds like somebody on the inside didn't want him to get better.
Sounds like you have an interest in this cure. It makes me wonder if you know anybody else suffering from the same symptoms. It makes me wonder if that is why you're truly here.
Or maybe I just really like the coffee here. Hatch. This is the guy that visited me in the cell. He may be undermining Paul, but I get the impression he's not on our side.
Martin Hatch dossier. What we know. Facts gathered by Fiona Miller so far. Joined Monarch in 2001. Became Serene's chief advisor around 2007. No records before 2001. Who was he? Where did he come from? Working against Monarch? Possible links to the following. Death of Dr. Kim. Unconfirmed. Alone with Dr. Kim at the time of death. Death occurred just as Kim was on the verge of a solution to Serene's time sickness. University time machine sabotage. Unconfirmed. Miscalculations on purpose? Hatch seen in lab assistance in Sophia's kidnapping. Confirmed. Distracted Monarch while kidnapping occurred. Knew we were coming. Did not alert Serene destruction of Serene's remaining sickness. Treatments. Unconfirmed. Was present outside Dr. Kim's lab when lab was destroyed. Accused Sophia of being responsible for this. Helped Charlie Wincott escape. Confirmed. Currently helping Charlie reach Monarch Tower undetected. Disobeyed direct orders from Paul Serene. Wants access to CFR. Potentially desires to sabotage lifeboat protocol. Sabotaging Serene. Motive. secretly assuring Serene's downfall, wants to take over Monarch? Why? Sabotaging Monarch's survival plan from within. No possible reason for this. Doesn't believe countermeasure could stop Fracture. Not a potential ally. Works for Monarch, therefore believes end of time is inevitable. Then why attempt to sabotage Lifeboat Protocol? Beth's 2010 plan. Beth's charts and plans for the plan to travel to 2010 and steal the countermeasure.
Okay, what's up?
It's about the plan. If Amaral gets the machine working...
We go back to yesterday and undo all of this.
Listen. In the video Will left for me, he said the countermeasure was stolen from his workshop on July 4th, 2010. He also said I took it. Maybe I did, Jack. We have a time machine.
You're saying we go to 2010. We steal it.
If Will was right, that would mean it wouldn't be a change. We take the countermeasure, bring it to the present, fix the fracture, save the world.
Okay. Explain to me why that's a better plan than just going back to yesterday and preventing all this from happening in the first place.
Because I'm afraid that based on what I know about time travel, we can't change anything. The past has already happened. We can't change it. But my way, we don't have to.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, my plan still feels simpler. Let's just get the machine working.
Hello, Riverport. It's Bobby Radford, and, well, you know where we're at, don't you? The Port Donnelly Bridge is gone, and God knows how many people are gone with it. You ever heard that Hindenburg thing, you know, with the guy going, oh, the humanity. Jesus, I know how he felt. I don't understand how that happened. I hear the people on the boat were saying the bridge was up. Video footage says it wasn't, that the boat just rammed into it. It's insane. It's... Christ, Riverport's in so much trouble now, folks. We need someone to declare a state of emergency or something. But nobody's doing a goddamn thing. And nobody's talking about the fact that Monarch had set up an illegal roadblock right on that bridge, searching all the cars. No warrants, no due process, no nothing. Just near where their goddamn fancy mansion blew up. And now, this ship rams the bridge. That's a coincidence? That ain't no goddamn coincidence. We got that, and now we've got reports of car accidents happening all over the town. We've got... Why isn't somebody doing something? Huh? Hello, Mayor? You're asleep at the goddamn wheel. Wake up! What the hell? We'll be right back.
Let's see how Dr. Amaral's doing with the time machine.
Yeah.
I don't think we can trust her. The way she looked at the countermeasure like she's seen it before, she knows what it does.
You think Will told her about it?
No. Will was never the kind to open up.
I can relate.
Will takes it to the next level. When we were kids, the only way that Will could express anything important to me was by informing my stuffed giraffe when I was in the room.
It's precious. And weird.
There we go, Pierre and Dumbledore talking about weird. Yeah, I guess too, like both games deal with some kind of like, you know, crisis that's going on. In the case of Quantum Break, the crisis is not just confined to one particular building, whereas in Control it's all confined to the same building. There's reality shifting in different kinds of ways as well. Manipulation of physics.
Did she find anything?
I'm not sure. I'll go check.
Hey, Jack, come check this out.
You should give Amaral a hand over there.
Yeah, but I figure what I'm doing is more important.
Okay, what is all this?
I dug through the area and I found everything I could on your bro. You
probably
gotta
see how
see
Dr.
this
Amaral's
video I
doing.
found, man. Check out the TV. And everything else, I put on those tables over there.
Any news on Monarch out there?
Well, people are pissed as hell, but Monarch seems to be looking for you pretty hard. Been asking on a bunch of forums about your whereabouts. You want me to throw him off track?
Sure. Post that I was seen hiding in a catering van or something.
Love it. Consider it done.
Thanks, Dylan. I mean, Nick.
What's on the computer?
I've been posting my theories about Monarch on a bunch of forums.
Oh, God.
It's cool. I used an alias. Blanche McDougal. I'm a chick.
Blanche McDougal. That's special. Alright. Nick's forum thread. Riverport's conspiracy forum. Subject. Monarch is taking over. Blanche McDougal. 10/10/2016. 01:12 AM. I'm not actually Blanche McDougal, but I have all kinds of inside scoops about Monarch and need to keep undercover until I find a way to save the world. I saw what really went down at the university and got out just in the nick of time to tell everybody all the crazy shit going on. Here is the truth. We are all fucked. Monarch built a playground of death, and right now Riverport is going down the shit slide. What's at the bottom? Something called the End of Time. It's all part of their master plan, which I am calling Operation Clock Stop. Monarch took everybody from the university and tried to kill them, so they wouldn't talk about it. They just had a secret gala meeting about Operation Clock Stop at Gull Island. What is the point of Operation Clock Stop? As far as I can put together, it all has to do with numbers. In 1999, Monarch was formed. In 2010, they brought out the industrial area, which they are now using to extract some weird energy shit. 1999 and 2010. 2010, take away 1999, equals 11. Multiply 11 by 2010, it equals 22,110. Backwards, that's 01122, which is close to the industrial area's zip code. Some people are like, hey Nick, that's just a coincidence, but it can't be, because it goes way deeper. Monarch assaulted the university on October 9th, 2016. In numbers, that's 10-09-2016. Zeros are shaped like circles, kind of like dots in Morse code, which would mean that all other numbers are dashes in Morse code. So 10-09-2016 in Morse code equals 0-0-0-0-. I looked that up in Morse code. It could be a couple of different sets of letters, AANM and RTTEM. Unjubble all those letters and you can spell armament and meat man. Armament equals weapon. Meat man equals butcher. What do butchers do? Chop and cut things. What do weapons do? Destroy things. Cutting things and destroying things are kind of connected. So there's that. Think about it. I'm still figuring out the rest, but I'm 95% there. By the way, this theory is copyright Blanche McDougal. Secretly, not Blanche McDougal, 2016. Gabe42 responded and was like, what the fuck? Hansel Gretzky. This sounds a lot like Taxi Guy 69. He thought the gas prices were secret number codes for treasure coordinates or some shit. Blanche McDougal. Gas is owned by oil companies. Who has huge investments in oil? Monarch. Hashtag all connected. Who's the idiot now? Hashtag what drugs are you on? Sponge Bacon. Blanche is onto something. I've been seeing ghosts all around this goddamn city for years now. This is all connected. Hashtag all connected. Let's get to the bottom of Operation Clockstop together. Perhaps Monarch is building a secret weapon. But who is the meat man? Hashtag who is the meat man? Blanche McDougal. Thanks, Sponge Bacon. Very good point. The question is, what is this secret weapon built for? I don't know. Who the meat man is, maybe we shouldn't focus on that. It doesn't make as much sense as my numbers theory. Sponge Bacon. The secret weapon is what is creating all the ghosts. Ghosts don't have meat, so perhaps the meat man is harvesting humans and then killing them to create more ghosts for his ghost army. Hashtag who is the meat man? Blanche. That's kinda dumb. This is definitely more about Monarch than ghosts. Sponge Bacon. You said Monarch's doing weird shit at the industrial area with energy. Could it be ghost energy? The answer is yes. Their plan is simple. Harvest ghost energy. Cause ghost multiplication. Build massive ghost army. A mass haunting is underway, and the meat man is behind all of this. Blanche was the first to discover the truth. Hashtag who is the meat man? Blanche, please don't connect me to this. Chupacabra for real. I started thinking about how to locate the meat man. I drew a dot on a map of Riverport over every butcher shop in the city. When I combined the dots, they all drew a picture of a swan with a really weird neck. The dots were black. Black swan. Hashtag who is the meat man? Sponge Bacon. Black swan, a symbol of darkness. This is going somewhere. Hashtag who is the meat man? Blanche. The dots were only black because you were using a black marker. There is no goddamn meat man. I'm starting a new thread. I wouldn't be surprised if Sponge Bacon is just Nick pretending to be another person to speak to the other alias that he created, Blanche. Doblaw, Control was very bizarre. It really is. There's a lot of surrealness to it. And it's one of those games too that it gives you technical scientific names for phenomena that was in Alan Wake. And I really like that kind of stuff. Alright, so we've got William Joyce Diary 3.
Okay, the date is, it's February 28th, 1999, William Joyce. All right, after months of arduous work, my machine is finally ready for human testing. Ready is defined by me, since ready is obviously a relative term when you're dealing with the deformation of the chronon field and recreating of black holes' mass density by tangent. Okay, in short summary, I built a time machine, and it works. I'm gonna prove it or die. Okay. Just need to make some final preparations. When I enter the machine, I will travel clockwise around the corridor. Okay. Core is active. Chronon levels are stable. I'll travel clockwise around the corridor, exiting back into the same location in the near future. Oh. This clock is set to my watch. Now, when I exit the machine, there should be a significant difference in time between my watch and the clock in this room. Corridor is locked in place. Okay, setting the date to 5 minutes to the future for the first test. Now, admittedly, traveling to the past would be much more impressive, but I can travel backwards in time only as far as the first activation of the machine's core, which is, well, now. Okay, machine's ready. Monitor is stable. What I'm about to do is gonna change the very fabric of it. I don't remember. Okay. The date is. It's February 28th.
Jesus, Will.
1999. William Joyce.
1999.
After months
First experiment.
of arduous work, my machine is finally ready for human testing. Ready is defined by me, since ready is obviously a relative term when you're dealing with the deformation of the chronon field and recreating of black hole's mass density by tangent. Okay, in short summary, I built a time machine, and it works. I'm gonna prove it, or
It's Will's journal.
just need to make some
Everything's in
final
here.
preparations.
All the secrets he kept from
When I
us.
enter the machine, I will travel clockwise.
If he just told me about all of this, I could have.
It's best not
Core is
to think
active.
about that.
Chronon levels are.
He spent 11 years
stable.
building that thing.
Travel clockwise.
Abandoned everything
around the
else,
corridor,
including me.
exiting back into the same location in the near
Now I
future.
know why.
This clock is set to my watch. Now, when I exit the machine, there should be a significant difference in time between my watch and the clock in this room. Corridor is locked in place. Okay, setting the date to 5 minutes to the future for the first test. Now, admittedly, traveling to the past would be much more impressive, but I can travel backwards in time only as far as the first activation of the machine's core, which is, well, now. Okay. Machine's ready. Monitor is stable. What I'm about to do is gonna change the very fabric of the corridor. I don't remember.
I try to forget that period.
Oh my god. Please say there's a CD.
Dude, I already got it in the stereo.
Yes.
Check it out.
God damn it, you guys.
Wow. You know, this song really speaks to me.
Uh-huh.
Your true weapon is obviously the healing power of your music.
I mean, it's not even that bad. I could totally bone to this.
Thanks, Nick.
I can't identify the first two people in this image, but I know that the person on the far right there is Sam Lake. My bleeding clock poster, with special guest Red Tears of Forgotten Romance, where Alamo Bowling Alley, Riverport, when 7 p.m., May 12th. Williams Journal Entry. Entry 63. I just got back from the funeral. My parents are dead. It feels like I was just told about the crash an hour ago. It isn't real yet. Standing there, I was numb to it all, weighed down under some expectation to emote in a manner that suited the situation, as I needed to cry to appease the crowd. Jack was always the younger brother copying me. In that graveyard our roles were strangely reversed. Tears were running down my brother's face, and I was observing him like some alien desperately trying to learn to feel. Looking at the pain in his eyes, I wasn't thinking about my parents at all. Only Jack. Death is supposed to bring the living closer together, but I've never felt more distant from somebody I cared for so dearly. It tears me up inside that I can't protect him from what he's going through. I can't ease his pain. I don't have the social proficiency to wield my empathy into some well-articulated apology that will make him forget this. The irony is that the only cure for his pain is time. Time. Ever since February 28, 1999, the concept has been given new meaning. The experiment was meant to give hope, not take it away. What I was told that day has haunted me ever since. The very notion of a fracture in time has overshadowed everything since. Even this. I don't need to see the future to know that I will let him down. I can't be the parental figure that Jack has lost. I can't be the brother that he needs. It's Christmas. I can't even give him that. No one can. There's nothing I want more than to protect him, and there's only one way I know how to do that with certainty. I will finish the countermeasure. I will make sure that the dangers I was warned of that day never come to pass. I can't fix the past, but it's not too late for the future.
No use going there before talking to Dr. Amaral. Was that Paul?
That's how he arrived in the past.
How's that possible? It wasn't even the same time machine he entered at the university.
That's one question I still don't have an answer for.
Jack. Hi. It's Will. I guess you're in Thailand by now. I'm not sure if you even still use this number. I don't like how he left things. I've been under a lot of pressure. There's some things I should tell you. I'd like to make it right. Just call me, okay? Please.
How long do you need?
I already found the problem. Quite simple, really. The power relay is down. You'll need to find a way to reset it up. There, where the light is. I'll lower the ladder for you.
What happened to the power relay?
A power surge occurred at 7 a.m. this morning, when the machine was activated.
7 a.m.? That's hours before we even got here.
Well, the numbers don't lie.
Okay, I guess I'm doing some climbing.
Sure. Saves me from volunteering.
I can't carry the ring, Frodo. But thanks to the heavy lifting I've done in the past 50 years, I can carry you. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Very clever. Lord of the Ratings. Lord of the Rings, Return of the King. There we go. I finally got it out. Taking that quote from that movie and changing it.
So what was the deal with the power thing?
The power relay is down. You can climb the ladder I lowered to find out what's wrong with it.
You've been loyal to Serene for years. How do we know we can trust you?
My loyalty has always been to the future. I will dedicate myself to whatever assures our survival.
Well, you don't seem very motivated considering that asshole just issued your death warrant.
You think yourself better than Paul, but you've both always had the same goal: to save humanity. Monarch built the lifeboat to assure our survival.
Lifeboat? You mean the thing he just said he's refusing to activate? Paul's own men are working against him. Who do you think freed me from that cell on the island?
Martin Hatch. If you think Hatch is on your side, you're wrong. He freed you as a distraction to further his own agenda.
Yes, Dr. Darling, Lord of the Rings, Return of the Bodybuilder. Sauron, ha! I laugh at you. And then he just flicks Sauron's eye and then it gets destroyed.
You've got to be kidding me.
What is it?
This is all my stuff from our family home. Kept everything.
Guess he thought you might come back. What's his name?
Giraffe.
Yeah. It's about as original as I expected.
My artsy rebel phase.
Complete with a very rebellious how-to guide. I always wanted to try this, actually. Never had the time. Jack? You okay?
Yeah. What's wrong?
Toto. That's my signature.
You made this?
I've never even been here before.
That woman in the picture is you, isn't it? So,
Jack, there's something you should know. 1999. I was 8 years old, playing in my backyard, and a woman approached me, told me she was from the future. She gave me very specific details of events that would come to pass. She gave me this, filled with dates, events, proof of it all. Jack, that woman,
it was you.
everything I told myself would happen, did. Every detail, for better or worse, came to pass and couldn't be changed. Our fate is laid out before us, Jack. Everything that happened to get us here, every sacrifice that was made, they're all a part of this path. And they can't be changed or undone.
Beth.
When we step in that time machine, you will see for yourself.
All right. If you're that sure about how all this works, we can try it your way. It's her. She's the one who's been painting all over the city. Jesus. Notebook was full of dates, events that would come to pass, instructions. Her entire existence was formed out of those pages.
Beth's notebook. Beth, I know that this encounter will be a lot to take in. After all, it's not every day you meet your future self. I tell you that you need to keep this all a secret, but I know you won't listen. You'll learn that lesson the hard way. The next few years won't be easy for you. Nobody you know is ever going to understand what you are going through. Those closest to you will try to change you, convince you that you are losing your mind. You're not. You are special. You have been chosen to do something amazing. Know that your struggles will all be worth it in the end, because you have a purpose. You're going to save the world. How do I know? I've been through this all before, and I'm going to prove it. Below you will find a list of events that will come to pass in the future. They cannot be changed or undone. It will take time for you to accept this, but eventually you will learn to use this knowledge to your advantage. You will be prepared for what is coming. October 3rd, 2000. Derek Stevenson has been bullying you for months. On October 3rd, you will push him down the staircase at school. You'll do everything in your power to resist this, partly to avoid the consequences, partly to prove this book wrong. But the terrible things he will say in that moment will be too much for you to handle. He'll pretend to cry, claim that you gave him a concussion, and you'll take all the blame. You will be transferred to another school. You'll hope things will get better. They won't. It's going to be a difficult year. Whenever you feel helpless, just remember this book. You are special. You have a purpose that they don't. Hold on to that. And if it makes you feel better, 16 years from now, Derek will be working at a dollar store. He still lives with his mom. December 3rd, 2000. Mr. Hartsook from next door will pass away. February 3rd, 2001. The kids at school will steal your jacket. Your parents will claim that you're hiding it on purpose so that they will buy you a new one. Look in the bin on the corner of 3rd and Main. You'll find something that will get you through the winter. You'll be teased for wearing it by Michelle. You'll fight back, but it will only make things worse. Eventually, when you are able to contain your anger, take her aside and say the following to her. I'm sorry about your mom. Then give her a hug. She will push you away. She will look incredibly confused, vulnerable. She will never tease you again. April 24th, 2001. Erica, your best friend, will break her arm. Having read this, you will do everything in your power to prevent this. The actions you take to avoid this from happening will only make it so. This is the first time you will truly witness that your fate is already determined. It cannot be changed. Erica will blame you for the incident. Try not to take this to heart. You will soon discover that she isn't the friend you thought she was. Stay strong. You will find people who respect you for who you are very soon. August 5th, 2001. You will take the night bus home. There will be only one other passenger on board, a scruffy-looking kid with a black eye. His name is Jack Joyce. Remember his face. He's going to become important down the line. September 11th, 2001. This is the one that will change you. An event will occur that will devastate the entire nation. An act of terrorism will cause the World Trade Centers to collapse. Thousands will die. I won't go into further detail because the more you know, the more painful it will become when you are unable to prevent it. And you will try to prevent it. You will fail. You will curse this book for not telling you more. You will curse yourself for not being able to stop it. It will take a long time to get over this, but eventually you will use this pain to fuel your path forward. You've now felt what it is to be completely unprepared for what is coming. It won't happen again. Next time you will be ready. This is the event that will finally make you believe. Any doubt you had will disappear. You're ready to take on this mission. So what is coming? October 8th, 2016. An experiment gone wrong will cause time to break down. This event will be referred to as a fracture in time. The onset of this event cannot be prevented, but the outcome must be. If the fracture is not stopped, then time itself will come to an end. Life on our planet will end. Saving the world wasn't an overstatement. It is your mission. You must stop the fracture. You can pull this off, but to do so you need to follow some simple instructions. Learn who to trust. Short answer, nobody. The less people know about you, the safer you will be. From this point forward, your mission takes priority over every other aspect of your life. Do not start a relationship of any kind that you aren't willing to leave behind at a moment's notice. There is one exception to this rule. We'll get to that. Know your enemy. Monarch Solutions. They will try to prevent you from achieving your goal. Learn everything you can about them. You will know the best way to achieve this when the time is right. Monarch is run by a man named Paul Serene. You must never be seen by Paul Serene. If he discovers you, then you will risk failing your mission. Learn everything you can about him. Remain hidden, but keep in mind that the best place to hide is often in plain sight. Blend in. Change your appearance frequently. Hair color, clothing style, everything. Be cautious about drawing attention to yourself. Learn to blend in. Examine those around you. The way they move, speak, laugh, copy them. Become your surroundings. Train daily. There are a series of skills you will need to master to truly be prepared. Hand-to-hand combat, Filipino Kali, and Jeet Kune Do. Weapons training, knives, pistols, shotguns, rifles. Wilderness survival. Compartmentalization, lip reading, face reading. The list is one that you will build as you go. In time you will understand what is necessary and what isn't. Don't rush yourself. Start with gymnastics. Study your target. Jack Joyce. He is the one person who can help you in your mission. He is the exception to Rule 1. You can trust him. Learn what you can about Jack. Study him from afar. But do not approach him directly. You aren't the only one watching him. On October 9th, 2016, you will rescue Jack Joyce. From there, the next steps will reveal themselves. Be patient with him. He's stubborn, reckless, naive. But you can't do this without him, and he has his moments. He's much smarter than he seems at first. Don't mistake grief for stupidity. Study your objective, the countermeasure. This is the device that was built to stop the fracture in time. This is your objective. Find the countermeasure and use it to stop the fracture. Achieve this, and the world will be saved. The device was built by Jack's brother, Dr. William Joyce. Any attempt to contact William or find the countermeasure before the onset of the fracture will be in vain. Wait. Jack will show you the way. Retrieving the countermeasure will not be a simple task. It will involve great hardship and sacrifice. When the time comes, you will be ready for this. When you first read this, it won't make much sense to you. Over time, you will believe every word, but you will feel underprepared. You will wish that I had told you everything. I promise you that what is written here is everything you will need in order to get you where you need to be. I know this, because I'm already there. Chin up, Toto. You're going to achieve amazing things. You. Well, that was a lot to read. Hey there, Crooked. Thank you so much, Senny, for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hope everyone's doing well. How was your stream, dude? Hey there, Zereth. Welcome on in. You've been lurking here as well? Excellent. Thank you for the lurking, Zereth. Muchly appreciated. Must have been the wind. It was the wind that caused all this problem in this game. Gymnast, try leeches. I don't know, that might not be the best way to do gymnastics. Yeah, Quantum Break is going well, Crooked. Just reading a very, very long diary entry here. The one downside to this game and the documents is if you want to commit to reading them, there is a lot to read, and it doesn't have narration. But having said that, though, it definitely fills in a lot of gaps, and it sort of like adds a lot of different story layers and all that kind of stuff as well. But it's going really good. We're currently in Act 4 out of 5, but I don't think I'll be finishing it in this stream, that's for sure. Given that I've been streaming for about 5 hours and 47 minutes, and it took me about 4 hours to actually do Act 3, which is what I started the stream with, I don't think I'll be getting Act 4 and 5 done today. But that's okay though, because next week, on Wednesday, I can finish off the rest of what I got left. How was Pentiment? Crooked, glad to hear, that's fair. You also had a lot of reading today. Started with Pentiment, it doesn't have any voice acting. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's just like with, what was the other game? I think I mentioned it earlier, actually. Or maybe I was thinking about it. Control has a lot of, like, documents as well. And me to your Lurking Bird streams, you're wondering why can you hear Rod twice. It's so funny when that happens. I've had that happen too. I'm just like, oh, echo.
Looks climbable.
Bright light, bright light.
That's okay, Lizzie. No worries at all. I really hope that you have a great rest. No worries at all for the stream either. Thanks for watching, and hope you have a good one. Alright, cool. So we've only got one more thing to get. However, I've reached the point where the only video that requires getting certain intel that is left is for Paul Serene. So in Act 5, to get the diary entries 7 and 8, I need to get all the intel in Act 5. As far as Jack stuff is concerned, I need to finish Act 5 Part 1, 2, and 3 to unlock that. With Beth, I need to complete Act 4 Part 2 and Part 3, and then Part 4. That'll be all her videos. And then with William Joyce, I need to locate his diary in Act 4 Part 4. Crooked, it was great. It's been lovely getting to share the game on stream now since you already played it on your own time before. Lots of German words and history bits you can talk about and translate, and the game offers mid-dialogue backgrounds on words and persons as well, which is cool, a bit like a built-in database. That's really good, dude, that you're able to do that, because if there's like things in German that people don't look up, there might be some aspects that they're not privy to, you know, so that's really cool that you've already played it, so you know that these things are ahead and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Cellcat. You're gone for 1 minute to get groceries, and Crookie raids out. Welcome, Salcat. I hope things are going well. So for those who came in with the raid who might not have played this before, but you might have played Control, this character here, Nick, is played by actor Jamie Dury, and he plays Dylan Faden in Control. And then we have Courtney Hope, who plays Beth Wilder in this game, who plays Dylan's sister, Jessie, in Control. When I first played this game, I hadn't played Control yet, and by the time I played this game, Control had actually been out. So now that I've played Control a few times, since the last playthrough I did of this game, and also Alan Wake 2, it's been really cool to revisit this game now and actually see so many connections that I missed before. That's true, Salcat. Yeah, it's by the same devs. Yeah, Remedy. Microsoft still owns the full rights to this franchise, to this game though, so Remedy can't do sequels without Microsoft's permission or green light. And any references to characters in Quantum Break, they can't directly call them by their name, unfortunately. But they've got clever ways to actually reference them. Like Sean Ashmore, who plays the main character in this, he's in Alan Wake 2, and so there's some references to this character he's playing in Quantum Break, and also Courtney Hope's character in Quantum Break and Control. Control's fine, like they can name the characters, but Quantum Break, they can't actually use any character names from that. But they found a clever way to be able to reference these characters from Quantum Break without actually having, permission to use the actual character names.
Why the hell would your brother put maintenance controls way up there?
That's exactly the kind of question that never would have entered Will's mind while building this thing. Hey, I think I can get to the reset from here.
Of course. Shit. I'm still getting used to that.
Don't expect to.
Having trouble getting to that red light up there?
It's easier said than done.
No pressure. Just the fate of the world.
Oh yes, Annie, that's absolutely no trouble at all. I really hope that work goes well. Thank you for leaving the lurk. And thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing the rest of the game. It's been really, really good to revisit it after all these years, especially now having played Control and with Alan Wake 2 being in existence as well, when it wasn't the last time I played it. Maybe catch you later if you're still on. No trouble at all, dude. I'll probably be going for at least another hour, or until I get to like a point in the chapters that I feel is a good point to end. But yeah, thank you so much again for the raid as well, Crooked. I really appreciate that a lot. For those who didn't see the raid message, the shout out earlier, Crocodiles is doing a playthrough of Pentiment. He's doing a historical order run, and he's doing all these different games in different franchises and all that kind of stuff, but he's done them in timeline order. So recently he finished Assassin's Creed Revelations, and now Pentiment is the next game he's got lined up that takes place timeline-wise after Assassin's Creed Revelations. So a very unique way to play through a whole series of games with a theme, and also a big fan of Assassin's Creed and Red Dead Redemption as well. Has some really cool emotes and also has some really fun channel point redeems, both audio and visual ones, and a great streamer, so definitely recommend. That's all good, Crooked. No worries at all for the shout out, dude. Thank you for leaving the lurk as well.
So red turned into green.
Okay, that's actually good. Not sure how you're going to do that, but there should be another red light on the other side of the machine. Do the same to that one.
All right, all lights are green.
Chronon levels are stable. Diagnostics are positive. This may actually work. It's ready. It's actually functional.
Okay, we're doing this. I'll set the data into the console. July 4th, 2010. Are you ready?
No. Are you?
No.
Okay. Let's go.
Holy shit! This is actually happening!
Keep an eye on Amaral while we're gone.
Yeah. Hey, I got some winning lottery numbers if you want while you're back there. We could go splitsies.
Maybe next time.
Be careful, Nick, you might create an alternate 2016.
This is it. There's no turning back.
Hey, wait! What did you do? That was the wrong door. You changed the date. Where is she? Where is she?
I had no choice. I couldn't let you take the countermeasure. It would put our entire plan at risk. I already called Monarch from the terminal. They're on their way. It's over.
Fuck!
We need the countermeasure to run the lifeboat.
Okay. I'm gonna follow through with the plan, tie her up, and get as far away from here as you can.
Yeah, I've got this. Don't worry.
Your first journey back in time, 2010. This is where our notes get hazy.
You know how it ended.
Your goal when you arrived was to retrieve the countermeasure.
But my goal had to wait. Because I wasn't alone.
Hey, Bobby Radford coming at you on 4th of July. And what a fine day it is, too. Things are looking up for Riverport. Don't believe me? Just look at that shiny new Monarch building going up. That's a big deal for this town. Sure, I know there's been complaints, talking about how Monarch's tearing down this or that, taking over the mom and pop spots, making Riverport more corporate. Some of that's happening. It ain't all good. A huge corporation like that, you know, they're all about power and profit. But I say, hold on there. Put it in perspective. This town's been miserable for a long time. A long time. When our shipbuilding industry took that final nosedive, we hit one hell of a slump. A lot of people I know have been unemployed for years now, and that's hard. But Monarch's here. And they're starting to change that big time. So they ain't perfect. So what? It beats the alternative. I want to be optimistic about this. It ain't wrong to have a little hope for the future. I want to believe that this is capitalism working as intended, you know? The American way, you could say.
What's interesting is that his tune definitely changes in 2016 about Monarch. That's a very cryptic message, Absolution. Lara plus victory or Lara shoot. Or peace. To Beth Wilder from William Joyce. Date July 4th, 2010, 7:01 a.m. Subject, the countermeasure. It's finished. It's finally finished. Tests are all positive. I've officially constructed a working countermeasure for a fracture in time. I can't prove it, obviously, since there's no fracture to deploy it against, but I believe it will work. It has passed every test I can conceive. There's no reason I can see that it wouldn't. Given your knowledge of the future, I'm guessing you already knew this would be the date I completed my work. This day has been a long time coming. I was beginning to doubt it was possible. I haven't heard from you in almost 2 years now. Please tell me you are still out there. Beth responded, I'm now going to ask you to do something that will sound counterintuitive. Leave the workshop, leave the countermeasure behind, and do not return until tomorrow morning. As with all of my orders, it is best that I don't go into further detail. And then William responded, okay, leaving the workshop now. The countermeasure is secured in my safe. I know better than to ask the reasoning behind this request. In 11 years you've never been wrong, and I don't want to know about the future anyway. But that won't make this easier for me to digest. Can we meet tomorrow? Not that the device is complete, I need to know what the next steps are. Now that the device is complete, I need to know what the next steps are. And please be careful with the countermeasure. It's tremendously powerful, and sourcing the chronon particles for it alone has taken over a decade. Rebuilding it would take me years and years. Absolution, Lara, peace, or Lara go brrr. Exactly. That could definitely happen, depending on who you are and what the context is.
Lara, no, you can't have that. Not till Alan wakes up. Seriously, give me a quantum break here.
Thank you, Zereth, for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Nice pun there. Nice usage of that.
What's going on here? Since when did Will run a graffiti workshop? None of this crap was here in 2016. What the? Someone's in here. It's locked. I gotta check out that gunfire before I go anywhere else. Who the hell is that? The fuck are they shooting at? What do we got here?
Alright, cool. So we've got a Beth Wilder diary entry.
We've got Dr. Amaral. If she can fix this machine, then this is it. I have mixed feelings. That notebook gave me some kind of sense of invulnerability. I always knew what came next. Once I enter that machine, from that point forward, this story's unwritten. I haven't told Jack this, but I have found things in this swimming pool. Scattered papers, journal entries in my handwriting. My journey from this point forward isn't gonna be easy. That much is clear. As long as we succeed, it's all worth it. This can't be for nothing. We will succeed. We have to. It's our destiny.
Beth? It's me. Hey, 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 hey. What happened to you?
This is it. There's no turning back. Jack? Dr. Amaral sent me to the future. I fought for months trying to find a way to get back. I wasn't the only one. Stop! I followed him back. He set William's machine to 1999. The first possible exit point.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
It's okay. Hey, it's okay. Ah, it's okay. I'm on your side.
Who are you?
I'm Beth Wilder. There's some things you need to know.
You're the reason he built the countermeasure. And you've been here ever since. 11 years. Why? Why didn't you come back?
We should get ready. We don't have much time.
She had changed. And there was a weight in her eyes. She was hiding something.
She always was.
In that video diary of Williams where we saw that he got, you would be forgiven for thinking he got, killed in that part there, but as we see, it was Paul Serene shooting him, and then Beth, coming from 2016, was able to help him out there.
What exactly do you believe changed in Beth?
She lost hope.
Beth's journal, February 28th, 1999. Back in time. Here I am, back in a time I've already lived once before. No idea how long I'll need to stay here. No idea what comes next. This isn't how it was supposed to go. This wasn't the plan. If I'm going to come to terms with that, then I'm going to need to write it all down. There's nobody to tell this to but myself. So, hello me, again. This all started back in 2016. Jack and I kidnapped Dr. Amaral. We were supposed to use the time machine to travel back to 2010 and retrieve the countermeasure. I believe Dr. Amaral switched the date at the last moment. I heard Jack calling out, but it was too late. I was already inside. There was nothing to do but keep moving forward. And when I exited the corridor, I arrived in the one place I never thought possible. The end of time. My greatest fear was realized. I'm still trying to grasp what that means. My entire life has been devoted to stopping the fracture. What I saw, was it proof that it couldn't be stopped? I can't believe that. There's a logic to all of this, a meaning, I just haven't found it yet. I'm not ready to write down details of the end of time. Not yet. The essential part of the story is that I found a way back. I spent a long time trying to fix William's machine, but somebody beat me to it. He set a course to the earliest time the machine could operate, the first time the core was activated, February 28th, 1999. I followed him through. That's when I found William, still alive, much younger than I had ever seen him. I warned him about the fracture. I told him that he was the only one who could create a solution. He begged me not to tell him anything else about the future. He said he couldn't stand living like that, being constantly aware of what will come to pass, his every action just part of the preordained dance. I wanted to tell him more, but I know how he felt. William agreed to do what must be done. He agreed to build the countermeasure. This whole time, it was me who set him on that path. He says the machine doesn't have the sufficient chronon capacity to return me to the future. He says a jump that far would be nearly impossible without a substantial scientific breakthrough. Apparently, that hasn't happened yet. That's his way of saying I'm trapped. In 1999. second time around. So, here I am. July 19th, 1999. Time machine move? Success. I worked with Will to get the time machine moved. Had to make sure Serene wouldn't be able to use it to his advantage, so we moved it to the one place I knew it would be safe. Bradbury Swimming Pool. Will spent a big chunk of his research grant buying the property. It's the only place I know for sure that Monarch won't find us. After all, they still weren't aware of it in 2016. That means this is my new home for the time being. Will refuses to build the countermeasure here. He says that it has to be done at his workshop. He chose that location to build the time machine for a reason. Something about abnormal chronon density, anomalies, whatever. Didn't seem to concern him that the very people we need to hide from know about his workshop. Probably doesn't help that he won't let me tell him who these people actually are. Guy's almost as stubborn as his brother. Now that the move is complete and Will is on his way, all I can do is wait. Not liking the idea of that. Keeping busy was the only thing that distracted me from the eerie nature of being trapped here. Guess I should look at the bright side. Second chance at having a killer Y2K party? September 5th, 1999. Little me. The most surreal experience. Her eyes looked so full of life. Looking to the clouds, invulnerable to the world around her. She looked full of life. She looked happy. It was me. I knew the day was coming. I knew that I had to go see her and set her on her mission, so that she would do what needed to be done, so that someday she would become, well, me. She was in the backyard, bright red duffel coat, playing Simple Pleasures. It's strange, I remember the small details so differently the first time around. When I was a child, that woman who came to see me seemed like an angel, a limitless source of wisdom gifting me with purpose. Now I was that woman, trembling, a lump in my stomach, nervous as hell. It didn't matter. I knew she was too young to see those things on my face. I gave her the notebook. I told a small child to give up those simple pleasures to pursue a life that would bring nothing but pain and hardship. I promised her that it would all be worth it, that she would make a difference, that she would save the world. She believed me. January 1st, 2000. Epic Y2K party. Ate bagels with cream cheese and watched Buffy reruns in a drained swimming pool. Party on. September 11th, 2001. 9/11. I tried to stop it a second time. I warned them, told them exactly what was going to happen. Nothing changed. I came to terms with the fact that none of this could be changed as a child, but since then I've seen things that make me desperate to prove myself wrong, desperate to believe that what I've seen cannot come to pass. I tried to stop the rise of Monarch. I tried to stop Paul Serene. Both versions of him. Every action was negated by the force of a timeline that cannot be bent or broken. I've tried to stop tragedy as well. Jack's parents, Christmas of 1999. I knew what happened to them. This time, I was there. Car crashed exactly as it was supposed to. My presence only led it to happen as it always did. I went to the funeral. I watched Jack cry. I watched Will build up a wall around himself. I watched two brothers change forever in that moment, and I could do nothing about it. And now this. Fuck. May 22nd, 2002. Monarch. They spotted me near William's workshop. Barely got out of there alive. After all this time, Serene is still obsessed with finding me. He won't give up until he does. Have to be more careful in the future. May 22nd, 2003. The end of time. Been having recurring nightmares about what I saw. I've been dreading doing this, but it's time. I have to write it out. It's the only way to move past it. In 2016, I entered the time machine, intending to travel back to 2010. That didn't happen. Dr. Amaral changed the date. When I exited the machine, I arrived at the end of time. The fracture had run its course. Time had stopped altogether. The entire world was frozen in one hanging moment. I was the only one still able to function. Or so I thought. Then the shifters came. I can still hear them. Their sounds echo through my dreams. Their entire world was still, except me. They really don't like movement. I'd stepped out of the machine into the one thing I spent my entire life trying to prevent. The fracture was never fixed. I was living through the proof. The first hours were the hardest. I was living through a nightmare that I couldn't wake up from, surrounded by constant reminders that my mission would fail, never able to stay in one place because the shifters were always searching, always hunting. I wasn't alone. I discovered the first evidence of this a few days in. I heard the shifters become agitated, but I was nowhere near them. They were following somebody else. Paul Serene. A younger Paul, scared, weak, vulnerable. He found me, tried to convince me that we needed to work together, to help each other through. He found out very quickly that I wanted him dead. He had no training, no killer instinct. But he had those damn powers, and all I had was the chronon harness. The end of the world, the only two people left, and we became sworn enemies. I can't be sure how long we spent there. It could have been months, could have been years. When time doesn't move, it feels like an eternity. Our grip on reality slipped away, trapped in an endless loop of brutal survival. Though we were enemies, there was a strange bond formulated through that suffering. We've shared an experience that no other human has ever endured. Eventually, Paul managed to get William's time machine working. He was convinced that he needed to travel back to the earliest possible point in order to stop this all from happening. He had yet to learn that the past couldn't be changed. I followed him through the machine, but he escaped. He formed Monarch. He built an empire. I watched the birth of a monster. I can't escape the feeling that my actions helped shape what he became. Maybe I could have guided him. Maybe if I hadn't tried to hunt him down and kill him at the end of time. That can't be my part in all of this. There has to be more. I wake up in cold sweat most nights. I hear the shifters coming. I can almost feel their presence. Much of my experience at the end of time has become a blur in my memory, but there is one detail that I can't shake. One detail that brings my entire mission into question. One detail that haunts me. 2021. February 3rd, 2005. Hobbies. 5 years until the countermeasure will be complete. I spend most of my days training. I don't know what happens once the device is finished, but being prepared is my specialty. I still wonder if Jack will follow the plan, if he'll emerge from that machine in 2010. Best not to think about it. I'm not giving up, but I can't let these thoughts consume me. I need to focus on the present, focus on what is in front of me. That's the mantra that keeps me going. Just focus on the present. So I decided to take on some hobbies. Tried poetry, got depressed. Dabbled with a guitar for a while, smashed it against the wall. Then I started experimenting with graffiti. Seems to be working out okay for me so far. It's fulfilling on a few different levels. Partly as a form of self-expression, partly as a means of release, partly just to fuck with people. What happens when Joe analyzes some graffiti on a wall one day, builds an interpretation in his head, and then 3 years later his depiction of that image comes true? Not sure, but it's fun to think about. I can't change anything, but at least this gives me the illusion of some kind of power. That illusion is what keeps me holding on. Sometimes I leave anonymous notes in people's mailboxes telling them what will happen next week. I watch their reactions from afar. Voyeurism and graffiti. That's my life these days. Focus on the present. October 8th, 2007. Jack. I started watching him recently. I know Monarch is tracking him, so I keep my distance. I wasn't sure why I felt a need to follow him, to watch his life from the outside, but now I think I understand. I met Jack in the wake of his brother's death, the onset of the fracture, worst day of both of our lives. He was broken. That's the only Jack I ever knew. There's some kind of comfort in seeing him in happier times. I watched his band play a gig nearby, atrociously bad. Whiny emo music. Definitely a music movement I didn't need to live through a second time. But there was something pure about seeing him up there, letting it all out. He'd never had an easy life. It was nice to see that he found a way to release all that. He just looked happy. It made me forget everything else. The nightmares stopped for a while after that, so I kept following him. He gave me something else to focus on. I've spent most of my life hiding who I am, what I know. I knew Jack for less than 24 hours, but he's the only person I've opened up to about everything. I've told him the truth. He believed me. I wish I could thank him for that. I'm not sure what I'm going to tell him if he comes through that machine on July 4th, 2010. What will he think when he sees me? 11 years will have passed. I look like I've aged 3 lifetimes since then, and for him, it could only be a matter of minutes. What do I say? That I saw the end? That this might be all for nothing? I was the one who believed without question that we should stop the fracture. That confidence has now been replaced with insecurity, weakness. I fear letting him see that. I fear that he'll see the doubt in my eyes. For years I felt invincible, full of hope. I'm not that woman anymore. I'm scared. December 11th, 2007. Memory. Tonight I painted something at the university campus. It was only after I finished and took a step back to look at it that I realized I've seen it before, about a decade ago. Remains of something painted on a wall but washed away. It was a jolt. Is all of this futile? Nothing sticks. Nothing is changed. All of it washed away by the river of time. Fucking time travel. July 9th, 2008. Will. I've been in contact with Will every 6 months or so. Short exchanges just to get an update on his progress building the countermeasure. He's still at least 2 years away from completion, but is now confident that he knows how the countermeasure will work. He told me that the countermeasure will be able to reverse a fracture in time, but in order to do so, it must be activated early in the escalation of the fracture. Once the fracture runs its course, once the end of time is reached, he believes the countermeasure would be rendered ineffective. I asked him what it would mean if the end of time ever occurred. He said it would mean that the fracture was never stopped. It would mean that we failed. July 21st, 2008. Everything I have done has been for nothing. July 4th, 2010. Final entry. The day is here. Soon I will receive word that William has completed the countermeasure. I'm sure of it. I've come to accept that this doesn't mean we will succeed. I've come to accept that my mission was a lie. But I'm not giving up. Lie or not, I devoted my life to this cause. It gave me meaning. It's all I've ever known. Even if I've seen the proof that I won't succeed, I'm not giving up. I will dedicate every ounce of courage I have left to seeing this through. I'll retrieve the countermeasure. I'll keep it safe until 2016. I will do everything in my power to activate it when the time comes. I will fail, but I will fail knowing that I did everything in my power to save the world. For years I hoped that this would be the day when I would see Jack again. I've given up that hope. This mission started with me alone. That's how it will end. This will be my final entry. Another big wall of text. Be right back. Dr. Darling, plan? Seems Dutch to me. Cellcat, not the worst thing in the world, being trapped in 1999. Buffy reruns. 1999. Before Facebook, before YouTube, before... well, some places probably had fiber optic internet. But many people were still using dial-up. Downloading things that were like, 5 megabytes, come back in like a few hours. It'll be finished. Cellcat, sometimes you're leaving messages about time travel in people's mailboxes. It's not weird. Imagine that, though. Imagine this, though, Cellcat. Imagine you make up some random lotto numbers, and you write the letter and you say that these are the winning lotto numbers. But because you're making it up, when you put it in the mailbox, you don't actually realize it yet, but the person that reads the letter and actually uses those numbers is the one who actually wins the money instead. And so you who wrote the random numbers could have actually used the numbers yourself to be the one who won the money. Imagine that. What a time mindfuck that would be. Sona, I could read you the dictionary and you'd fall asleep. His voice is calming. Now that would be a long read. There's definitely a lot of words in the dictionary as well. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this game that is very, very text heavy as well. Obviously, it's one thing to read something inside your head and actually read it out loud. But yeah, if I was playing this on my own, of course, and not streaming it, I wouldn't be reading it out. I'd be just reading it in my head. So okay, before 9/11, and 1999 was the greatest year for movies. That's true, yeah. Yeah, and also a lot of, good movies came out that year. Some that really sort of like changed things up a bit as well. Like The Matrix was a big one. Looking back at it now, you wouldn't think that it kind of caused a shift, but there's a lot of things that were in that movie that really made other film studios stand up and sit up and listen, and then incorporate some stuff from that as well. And then of course you have things like Max Payne, which, if The Matrix didn't exist, I wonder if Max Payne would have existed eventually. So okay, that would be crazy. Now you wonder if it's even possible in theory. The odds of that happening must be insanely small. That's true as well. Like the thing about time travel would be, You would think you just need to take note of the big events and go, right, this happens on this day, I'll make sure that I'm there the day before. But guess what? There might have been 50 things that happened 5 weeks before you even got there that all contribute to the big event happening. You know, that's the thing about like time. You know, it's constantly happening, and there's so much stuff happening all around the world in the exact same second. No matter where you are in the world, whatever second you're experiencing, there's something else going on somewhere else in the world that someone else is experiencing at the same exact time. It might not be the same time if you looked at your clocks, but it'll be the same time in terms of like the last minute or so. Whatever someone's gone through in the last minute, someone else has gone through something different in that last minute, no matter if it's night or day for you, you know. And so keeping track of all that stuff, like if you wanted to stop something from happening, you'd have to trace back every single little thing that actually contributes to the bigger thing happening and prevent each of those things happening, you know. But what this game does with time travel is it posits that no matter what you try to do, everything that you do still leads to the same result happening. So imagine that, like, you know, if you knew that something bad was going to happen and you thought, right, I'll do this to prevent it. But maybe what you do is the thing that contributes to it happening, you know. And imagine like the guilt and how much of a mindfuck that would be to sort of have that knowledge on your, you know, conscience as well.
I can't do this anymore. I can't. I can't fucking do this.
11 years.
I'll unlock the door.
So where's Will? Where's the countermeasure?
The countermeasure's at William's workshop, where he built it.
Then that's where we go.
Yes. That was the plan. Just have to unlock this. My supplies are upstairs. We'll need to get them. There's so much you don't know, that you never saw. I gave up on the idea that you would ever come. My things are in the cafeteria upstairs.
I need to know we're still in this together.
I told you once our fate is already laid out for us. I still believe that. More than ever. I'm just worried what that might mean.
It means we finish this.
You need gear? Take whatever you need. The rest of it's going in the river, along with everything else I brought here.
That's a little drastic.
My time here is done, Jack. I have to erase my presence. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Hey there, Zayas. Always wanted to play this, but never came multi-platform, and you're on the Microsoft boycott train these days. Finally started and put some time into AC Syndicate, though.
Ready when you are.
That's totally fair, Zayas, yeah. The thing about this game, and it only being on Xbox and PC, for now at least, it's all about the rights, because it was similar with Alan Wake 1. Originally, it was an Xbox exclusive, and only on Xbox and PC. But it wasn't until Remedy actually got the full rights back that they were able to do the remaster in 2021 and release it on PlayStation systems. But the same hasn't happened yet for Quantum Break. So if they want to do a sequel or if they want to do a remaster, it's really up to Microsoft to decide if that's something that Microsoft wants to do. You know, so that might change with Quantum Break in the future at some point. Next year, this game will celebrate its 10th anniversary, but there's certain references that they do in Alan Wake 2 to the characters in this, but they can't actually name the character though. They can't say, "Hey, you know, this is a reference to the character of Jack Joyce from Quantum Break." So instead, they have to do something different and go a roundabout way of referencing and all that kind of stuff. So you've never actually played Syndicate before? Ogorki, you'd like to go back in time and change some things in your life. That's totally understandable. I think we all have things that we wish we could go back in time and prevent and change as well. That's one of the things that I think makes time travel stories so interesting, is that it makes our imagination think about, you know, what if. It's enjoyable, if you don't know, sort of jank. Oh yeah, Assassin's Creed Syndicate, yeah. That's definitely fair enough. Biko, thanks. All sorry not had a chat today. Much been working things out. We'll be back tomorrow. Going on Destiny 2 now with your dad. No problem at all, Biko. That's okay. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope that you have a great session of Destiny 2 with your father. I hope it all goes well. Hope you have fun. There's who owns the multiplayer rights, Remedy or Max Payne rights, Remedy or Rockstar. So Rockstar does now, but for the remakes of Max Payne 1 and 2, they're actually collaborating on the project. First time on Syndicate, nice. Yeah, it's a good game. Like, it's more of an Assassin's Creed game than their own Odyssey game, which they did a few years afterwards. The same studio, Quebec. But yeah, having the two different characters and being able to get XP as one, and it also gives you XP for the other character, I thought that was quite good. Hey there, Lone. Welcome on in. How's it going?
You followed Paul to 1999. Why did he travel so far back?
To form Monarch. Prepare for what's coming.
You kept tabs on him.
And he's kept tabs on me.
All alone, that's good. Glad to hear that you're going good. As for me, I'm doing well. Going to be ending the stream soonish, but it's been going good. Got a lot of collectibles that I wanted and all that kind of stuff. Not doing a 100% all collectibles playthrough, but there's certain items that I need to unlock certain videos that I wanted to actually watch as part of the playthrough. But yeah, it's going good. Zayas, it's more towards Brotherhood than the last couple of games. You like the two characters and the skins gang upgrade. They just pump out these games so fast that they skip quality control. Like, I can't walk through doorways because NPCs are there. In some ways, removing some of the OG game buttons options was a mistake. Oh yeah. Yeah, not being able to do a manual jump, for example, and having it be all automatic was a definite letdown. Rise of Monarch Whiteboard, March 1999. Monarch formed. CEO never disclosed. Lucrative investments, all based on Serene's future knowledge. August 2000. Monarch spotted following William Joyce. Monarch is following William throughout Riverport. No longer safe to keep in direct communication. May 2001. Martin Hatch hired. First listing of Martin Hatch on employee chart. No details available on Hatch prior to this. May 2002. Monarch patrolling workshop. Monarch spotted me near Will's workshop. Barely escaped alive. Must avoid workshop area. August 2003. Monarch on Fortune 500. Well positioned on Fortune 500. Investments have stopped. PR campaign has begun. February 2005. Spotted by Monarch. Monarch still searching for me. Must stay out of public eye from this point forward. March 2006. R&D facility commissioned. Gull Island. Must investigate further. October 2006. Martin Hatch promoted. Martin Hatch now designated Monarch spokesperson. Previous spokesperson found dead. Every promotion Hatch receives results from a trail of blood. May 2008. Monarch Tower construction. Construction begins on Monarch Tower. December 2009. Monarch investigated Will's workshop. Monarch personnel spotted covertly entering Will's workshop. They may know what we're up to. Monarch security cameras now surround workshop. Approaching area will alert Serene. March 2010. Monarch Chronon Tech delayed. Monarch Chronon Tech research under Dr. Kim not proceeding as planned. Not enough chronon particles available. Ground Zero not present. December 2010. Dr. Sophia Amaral recruited. Hired as chronon research scientist.
Okay. The countermeasures at Will's workshop. We find it, then what?
You bring it back here, use the machine, and return to the future. Use it to stop the fracture. That was always the plan.
That is still the plan.
Yes.
Zayas, yeah, manual jump is a big one. Get stuck trying to hop from one train car to another, though you like the train headquarters a lot. Yeah, that was quite cool to have a moving headquarters. The other thing too is that sometimes, even though the parkour up button is designed to be used to actually parkour up stuff, sometimes you have to press the parkour down instead. Which is like, come on, what?
I can't imagine what happened to you. When you entered that machine, I wanted to go after you, but
I didn't know where Sophia sent you or how to find you.
You made it here. It's all that matters. You followed the plan.
Whatever happened to you, change it.
Don't.
We can fix this.
Don't.
We can undo this.
You still don't get it. It can't be changed. No matter what we do, the pieces fall in all of the exact same places. I've tried. Over and over.
I can't just sit back and do nothing.
You have to let go. Jack. You have to let go. I've seen it. The end of time. That is where she sent me. I was there. I've been fighting this fight my entire life, and I saw us fail. I saw where this leads. I just don't know anymore. I don't know if we can win this thing.
Then we'll die finding out. I don't know a fraction of the hell that Beth went through, what she experienced when she saw the end of time, how that changed her like it changed Paul. Followed by 11 years of living like a ghost. Beth I'd known had laser focus. This Beth, she had doubts. You okay?
Yeah.
But the countermeasure, the one thing that could set things right, was waiting for us at Will's workshop.
There it is.
In 2010, Monarch didn't own the area yet. That came shortly after because of what happened with you. But we knew William was building something new in his workshop, and we knew it must be important. We were monitoring the place.
Yeah, Beth knew about your presence. She'd done spying on her own. We came over the rooftops to avoid detection.
And this is where I'm going to end the stream. So the next stream of this will be next Wednesday, and I'll finish off the playthrough. The game that will replace this will be Assassin's Creed Liberation, but that'll be next Wednesday. The next stream that you'll actually see from me that's scheduled will be Until Dawn. I'm doing a playthrough to celebrate the game's 10th anniversary where I get all the collectibles, so that's my Friday game moving forward. On the weekend, I'll be getting into Tomb Raider 2 to do a AHA playthrough where I get all the secrets and all the item pickups each time Lara actually goes, when she actually picks stuff up. I'm actually going to be keeping a counter going for the whole playthrough as well. So that's what's coming up on the weekend, and then next Monday I'll be getting back to Doom 3. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I really do appreciate it. Before I end though, I'd just like to give some shout outs to some streamers I'd like to recommend. would like to recommend the following streamers: Absolution, who streams games like The Hulk; AC, who is doing streams of games like Dead by Daylight; Inmita, who's doing a playthrough of The Witcher 3, doing a 100% no HUD, no fast travel, and no looking at the map playthrough for the game's 10th anniversary; Crocodiles, who's doing a playthrough of Pentiment. It's part of a historical order run where he's doing all these different games across different franchises. He's organized them into what year the games actually take place in, so he's doing Pentiment, as part of that playthrough. Lone Star is doing streams of games like Dune Awakening. Lucinda is doing streams of games like Cult of the Lamb, as well as her Resident Evil marathon, currently on Resident Evil 6. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banish's Ghost of New Eden, and Permagamer is a streamer of games like Monster Hunter Wilds. Salcat streams games like the Dark Pictures anthology House of Ashes. Shitterlock is doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. He actually finished the main game, but he's going to be doing the Freedom Cry DLC as well. And Shaky has been doing some Far Cry 6, and Shin has been doing a playthrough of Dying Light 2 Stay Human. So definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. Exactly, Dr. Darling. Imita, thank you for the stream. Have a good one. Catch you next time. Absolutely will, Imita. No problem at all for the stream. I hope you have a good one too. Thank you very, very much. Ogorki, thank you for the cool stream. No problem at all, Ogorki. I'm glad that you enjoyed. Thank you for watching too. All good for the shout out, Imita. Absolutely no trouble at all, dude. All good, Shaky. No problemo. All good. No worries for giving you a shout out. Hey there, Lidus. Thank you so much for the lurking. Thank you for the stream. No problem at all, dude. Also would like to recommend people check out Lidus's channel as well. He's doing a lot of retro games. He's a big fan of retro games, big fan of fighting game franchises, especially games like Mortal Kombat. And yeah, really cool streamer too. So definitely recommend. Aha! It's another medipack. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming the Arnie impression. That's all good, Lone and Salcat for the shout out. Same to you as well, Absolution. No problem at all for the shout out. And same to you as well, Lidus. No problemo. That's okay, Sona. No problem at all for the stream either. Thank you for watching too. Hope that everyone has a great rest of your day. And the next stream of this will be next Wednesday to finish off the playthrough, and hope that everyone has a good one. Catch you next time. Lidus, it's Thursday, no double whammy stream, Sai. That's true, it's now Friday for me as well. 8 minutes ago it ticked over into Friday, so it's now actually Friday the 13th. Thanks again for watching, everyone. Hope you have a good one.